Wonderful, and Junie's lost none of his style. Let's approach 124.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a rather misty and damp Shelsley. Welcome to our members who are here in person. In particular, welcome to anybody watching us on our live stream in this country, in Australia. If you're in Australia, good evening. If you're in California, a very early morning. And we kick off with a Mazda MX-5 Sport of David Meek, round Kennel Bend and into the crossing here at Shelsley, which is quite a challenging corner, well, bend really, which with gritted teeth you can take without lifting. And into bottom S comes David Meek with a speed into bottom S of 68 miles an hour, then through the right-hander at top S and up a rather murky straight to the finish. And he crosses the finishing line at a speed of 70 miles an hour and a time of 43.09. And he's closely followed by Dave Warner in the Renault Clio. Renault Clio Sport, of course, the RS 197 R27 version, which is a perfect way to start hill climbing. You can drive it on the road, drive it to the meeting, and have fun competing. His time, Dave Warner's time, 42.1 with a finishing speed of 73. And rounding and into the kink before the bottom S is Tony Adams, and Tony is in, as you can see, an Elise. Bottom S speed of 76 as approach. You can see a few marks on the right hand side of the bank outside top S where people have been over enthusiastic. Tony Adams' time 40.36 and a time finishing speed of 85. Richard Brandt in another Renault Clio 172 quickly into S at 77. That's very quick. Over the drain cover at top S and down the straight. Shelsley is a 1,000-yard hill. It hasn't changed very much, if at all, since 1905, so it's the oldest motorsport venue still in regular use. It's been in constant use apart from 2 world wars, and some trees have been felled. The track, of course, has been resurfaced quite a few times, but the course is just the same course as it was in 1905. Ross McDonald's Porsche heads towards the finishing line. The TVR of Steve Mogg will be following him, and Ross's time is 41.51, finishing speed 82. He's followed very closely by this lovely TVR Griffith of Steve Mogg. Similar speed, 74 into bottom S. Time to beat so far is a 38.79 of Richard Brandt. S approach 74 and does a 40.69. 40.69. So Richard Brandt's time of 38.79 in the Clio, extremely good. This is an interesting car. This is the AMS Mortaya of John Pick. It's actually Subaru Impreza chassis, well not chassis, but engine and transmission in this very attractive body. Just brushes the left-hand back out of top S. John heads towards the finish and crosses the line in a time of 36.89, so that's quickest so far in this class. Finish speed of 86. Here's a rare car. This is the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 racing car, so it's developed by ProDrive particularly for circuit racing. Left-hand drive, automatic gears. Andy Fraser has competed in this car for a number of years. Quite a big, beefy car to thread up this really fairly narrow hill. Into the S's at 71, taking a wide line through top S, middle of the road. It rained like anything overnight, which actually probably gives easier conditions than if it's just showery, which makes it very difficult to judge how much grip there is, but if it's rained solidly, it's nice and clean. Time for Andy Fraser in the Aston, 41.65. Here's Nigel Elliott in this amazing Triumph TR7 V8 with a big beefy Rover V8 engine. Nigel's competed in this car for many years, makes a lovely noise and goes extremely quickly. He's facing a 36.89 to beat. That was the time of John Pick. Let's see if he can do it. No, it's a 42.04, but 92 over the line. Another Porsche 911 demonstrating the traction off the line. 2.58 for the first 64 feet is quick, particularly in these conditions. But of course, Porsche 911 with the flat six engine hanging out the back, lots of traction into the kink before bottom S. Fairly cautious approach into bottom S, 72. Will he get under the 40-second mark? We'll very quickly see. Yeah, it's a 36.76. Good time, 36.76. Helen Evans in another Porsche. This is the Carrera 3.3-litre supercharged Porsche Carrera. Quite a rare car, of course. Much modified, very quick indeed. Helen Evans sharing this car, and she's into bottom S at 63 miles an hour. Big whale tail at the back of the Porsche, keeping it nicely plugged down onto the road. Crosses the line, 42.97. Now we're into Caterham's Richard Price in this very quick Caterham 7, but it's a bike engine, 1440cc bike engine, very light car of course. 5 or 6 gears to play with. Richard heads for the finish, 84 into bottom S, and a good time, 36.19, quickest so far in this class, 36.19. Darren Gumley, well-known competitor here in a Radical. Lots of Radicals on the circuits, but not so many on the hill. Rapid car, bike engine of course. And Darren highly experienced. 85 into bottom S and a tight line round bottom S. Nicely out of top S. Adam Greenan has off the line in the Empire Evo, and Darren has completed his run in a 36.74. Adam Greenan, Empire Evo, just showing you the amount of downforce that you're allowed to run in a hill climb car. Massive downforce, big wings, very advanced chassis design, and a 33.24. with more than 100 miles an hour over the finish line. 103 for Adam Green. And Mark Lawrence in an OMS. Steve Owens here, the maker of all these OMSs, highly successful hill climb racing car. Mark Lawrence's 1 litre OMS. Very quick S approach, over 100 miles an hour, 101 into bottom S. Slight twitch out of top S. It's still pretty damp and greasy. Most people, almost everybody running on wet tyres, but 32.15 for Mark Lawrence. Good time, 32.14, just ahead of Adam Greenan. Here's Nicola Dearden with a Formula Ford Van Diemen. There's often a Formula Ford class here at Shelsley, but I think Nicola's is our only Van Diemen, our only Formula Ford running today. Very narrow chassis wide track, the 1991 Van Diemen. But Alan Warburton leaves the line in the amazing Gould GR59. Alan and his son David are extremely quick in this car. Nicola's time 45.67. Let's watch the Gould into bottom S. Alan fairly cautious, 91 into bottom S. You'll see later that a couple of these GR59's tiny little car, but with big 4-litre engines. But Alan and David share this car with its 1600cc bike engine. Alan's time, though, 31.75. That's pretty quick. 31.75, quickest so far of the competition runs today. End of that batch. Those cars will come back down the hill. Shelsley is based in the Team Valley, not far from Worcester. Beautiful countryside. It's a very steep valley, slightly murky and low cloud today, but nevertheless you can see the countryside across the valley. And the Midland Automobile Club has been here competing since 1905. Current record was set some while ago by Martin Groves in 22.58, and it hasn't been matched. It's stood for getting on for 10 years. Martin, brilliant driver in the Gould, retired from hill climbing. And one of the pleasures for spectators at Shelsley is that there isn't a return road. We get a chance to see the cars coming down the hill. Some time ago, it wasn't obligatory to wear a crash helmet, so it was quite fun driving down the hill, waving to everybody, and you could actually recognize the face beneath the helmet. But some 20 years ago, the authorities in their wisdom decreed that you had to wear your crash helmet coming down the hill. We have spectators. Not many have arrived yet, probably maybe put off by the heavy rain earlier this morning, but members are invited to come and spectate. They had to pre-register. The club has taken a great deal of precaution against the dreaded COVID, and there are fairly strict rules. Usually, in normal times, if you come here as a spectator, you can go just about everywhere, including into the paddock, and it's not like Stalag Silverstone where you're separated from the competitors. Here, you're encouraged to come into the paddock, chat to the drivers, have a close look at the cars. Children are often invited to sit in the cockpit of the racing car. It's very, it's a really interesting combination of very professional organisation, but friendly and relaxed. So if you've never been to Shelsley and you're watching this on live stream, I can only implore you, when things are back to normal, to come in person and enjoy this wonderful hill climb. People are asking, we quote the time for the first 64 feet, and people do ask, well, what's the significance of that? Members who are here will know, but if you haven't seen Shelsley before, if you do the first 64 feet in exactly 2 seconds, you have registered 1 G, 1 force of gravity, and so a 2-second 0 to 64 is a very fast step off, and it's actually 1 G. I can't remember offhand, I'll look it up, what the best ever 64 feet is. My co-commentator Toby Moody will no doubt know, but it was done by Nick Mann in an amazing, his special, which is 4-wheel drive with a turbocharged Ford engine with the turbo driven by a helicopter engine. And I think it stepped off the first 64 feet in about 1.6 seconds, so massively quick. I mean, it's not dragster sort of acceleration, but it's a very quick. Today, of course, we've got a fairly wet start line, and you'll see probably 1 or 2 drivers opting to start right over on the left-hand side of the start line, which some people believe gives them more grip. Getting an out-and-out racing car off the line is not an easy thing to do. They have very light flywheels, so if you use too many revs, you can get bogged down with a lot of wheel spin, and it sounds good and it smokes nicely, but you're not going very fast. If you don't use enough revs, the thing will stall, and so getting it right is an art as well as a science. Our next competitor coming to the line, number 145. Number 45 is Tom Price, sharing this Caterham powered by a Hayabusa engine, so it's a 1441cc. He's sharing with Richard Price, who did a 36.19. Tom off the line in 2.78, which on a wet track is pretty good. Round Kennel Bend, where the Hunt used to have their kennels in the early part of the last century, then through crossing what we sometimes call the kink, what often cars bottom then, it's a shower of sparks, into bottom S at 88. Middle of the road, no dramas, accelerates out of top S, heads for the finishing line, which he crosses at 98 miles an hour with a time at 35.18. He's followed by an interesting car, Andrew Burt, in the rear-engined Malak Mark 32. Malak, of course, made Clubman's cars, all of them front-engine, but they did make 10 Mark 32 rear-engine cars, of which only 9 remain, and Andrew Burt found this one in Sweden. Andrew heads for the finishing line, and we look again at the crossing bend, and Graham Lokes in the Lola T492 with its 3.2-litre flat 6 Porsche engine. Andrew's time was a 41.8, and he was over the finishing line at 91 miles an hour. Here's the Porsche-powered Lola. I think the Lola 492 was built for Sports 2000, so started with a 2-litre engine, but with this lovely 3.2 Porsche engine, makes a glorious sound and is quick, 41.2. Aston Martin comes to the start, but Paul Jones in the meantime in the Radical, number 52, SR, the Radical SR3. He's sharing it with Darren Gumley, and we saw Darren just now in this Radical scoring a 36.74. What can Paul do? We shall see very shortly. He heads for the finishing line, and it's a 37.22. Here's Tim Painter showing the big GT4 Aston Martin Vantage. Left-hand drive, automatic gearbox. Threads it up to bottom S, which he approaches at 73. Number of these cars built to the same specification, all left-hand drive for Class 4 GT racing, GT4 racing. 4.3 litre Aston Martin V8 engine. 38.41 for Tim, 38.41. Andrew Norris again in the supercharged 3.3 Porsche Carrera that we saw Helen Evans climbing up the hill recently into bottom S. Andrew Norris, highly experienced in this car. He's competed in it for many years. Lovely Porsche traction out of top S. Plunges him over the line in 35.23. 35.23. Over to single seaters, kicked off by Andy Greenan in the Empire Evo. With a 1 litre engine, just under 1 litre. Bike engine, of course. 6 or 7 speed gearbox. But they're rapid cars for 1 litre. 103 into bottom S. $31.95 for Andy. Here's Clive Austin in the Empire Wraith. Again, a 1 litre car, but very advanced aerodynamics, masses of downforce. Clive's had this car for a couple of years, going ever quicker in it. Andy Greenan's time, we've got 31.95. Clive safely navigates the S's. Be interesting to see what his finishing speed is with 1 litre. It's 103 to record a 33.72. 33.72. Should be followed by Harry Pick. It is in the OMS, built by Steve Owen. Again, a bike engine, 1100cc. So this is single seaters up to 1100cc. Very competitive class. We used to have a 600cc class, but entries really died away to virtually nothing. And for a while they were combined with the 1100s. Harry Pick, nicely into bottom S. Slight twitch on acceleration out of bottom S, but 102 into bottom S. And 19.84, which is an S time which is competitive. 31.11, good time, 31.11. Here's Debbie Dunbar in the DJ Firehawk. Debbie, very rapid young lady, got fastest time of day here in a previous meeting. 98 into bottom S. Again, it's a 1.1 litre bike engine. Oh, and Debbie has a bit of a spin at top S. Slight mischief to the front wing, but I think that was all the harm it's done. So luckily, should be easily fixed. That's sad. Applied the power a tiny bit early. Allows me to mention our hardworking marshals, who always do a great job both on the circuits and on the hills. Great way of getting close to motor racing of all sorts, and it's well known that marshals in this country are among the best available. Often they are invited to marshal at Grand Prix races and at Le Mans. And if you are interested in getting involved in motorsport, being a marshal is a great way to start. excellent training given by the British Marshals Club. We had a little bit of a glimpse. Yes, a little rerun of Debbie making a slight mistake out of top S. It's still very slippery, and it looks to me as if she's on slicks, which was a brave thing to do. It's always a difficult decision to make when the road is, when it stops raining, but the track is still damp. Most people say you really only need wets when there are puddles, but as Debbie has found out to her cost, sometimes slicks on a very damp road are difficult to handle. Nice view of our paddock here at Shelsley Walsh, the famous sheds that have been there since goodness knows when, certainly pre-war. And if you look at pictures of Shelsley Walsh before the war, the crowds we had here were the equivalent of a Grand Prix crowd at Donington, because there wasn't much motor racing in those days. If you lived near Brooklands, that was one place to go, but there was very little else. But hill climbs, Shelsley Walsh particularly, attracted enormous crowds. And the funny thing is, if you'd see still photos or early film of Shelsley before the war and just after, it's almost always raining. Everyone wearing Macs and smoking pipes. And that's just the women. But it's a great fun place. If you've never been, do come. Bit unfair on Debbie, her little spin being broadcast around the world, but she won't mind that. And the great thing is that there won't be much of a delay. The car is obviously, the wheels are pointing in the right direction. She will be back down the hill in no time at all. So we'll shortly be underway. Waiting on the start line is Lynn Owen in the OMS. So she will be ready to go pretty soon, but in the meantime, another look at the famous paddock. The buildings are very little changed since 1905, but for many years the courtyard, which is behind that left-hand bank of sheds, was unavailable, and then some years ago, 10 or so years ago, the club managed to acquire the lease for the whole estate here at Shelsley, and the courtyard has now become a lovely venue for parties. For the restaurant is there. There's a bar, and it's opened up the hill a great deal. And in the middle, there, beyond the two cars waiting to go to the line, is the famous barn, which has progressively been restored and made safe, and is used for displays, for all sorts of things at regular meetings. It looks to me as if it's got a new roof this year. And beyond the barn is the courthouse, lovely Queen Anne house with a lake alongside it, which you can rent for the weekend if you fancy a deluxe weekend and a weekend of hill climbing at Shelsley. first turn on the live stream. Again to Shelsley Walsh. It has been extremely wet. It's now lifting and brightening up, so if we're lucky, we will have an afternoon of with a dry track and very competitive motorsport. There's a bit of, as you can see, a bit of sweeping going on, removing the mud from the track and from our marshals' boots. Yes, highly technical. Need a lot of training to wipe the boots clean. So marshals getting back into place. Track is nice and clean. And we are getting ready to resume hill climbing. I'm Chris Druitt, commentate here regularly, and I'm joined today by Toby Moody and John Moody, who will be taking over the microphone for a subsequent batch or two. John has been commentating here for a long time. He will tell you when he's on air how long he's been at it, but he's the president of the club and a long-time chief commentator here. We have 3 commentary boxes on the hill. I'm speaking from Vox Villa, which is just beyond the start line on the left. Then there's a commentary box on the outside of the crossing, and then a third one at top S, which sees cars coming into bottom S and through to the finish. Lynn Owen waiting anxiously on the start line with there's Steve, maker of OMSs. Lynn is, as you can see, is on wet tyres front and back, or is she on slicks at the back? I can't see. Okay, red flags come down, and Lynn will start the engine pretty soon and bring the OMS to the start line, OMS 3000M. Now, she's taken the decision to run wets on the front and slicks on the back, which does work on a greasy track. Get more traction off the line, and also if you run wet tyres, in other words treaded tyres, on a dry track, it wears out the treads a bit, so they're not so effective in the wet. So a lot of people do run wets on the front, which of course are not going to spin unless you're a four-wheel drive car, and the slicks on the back can spin happily. She's successfully off the line, 3.04, fairly tentative start for Lynn. Heads out of kennel and quite a nice, tucks it in close to the left-hand bank at crossing. Applies the brakes now for the S's, bottom S at 79 miles an hour. Middle of the road, and accelerates now, doesn't apply the throttle too early out of top S, and heads for the finish, which she completes in 35.9. Bernard Kevel in another OMS, similar, but 2.6 litres rather than Lynn's 2.7. Quick car and driver combination. 89, nearly 90 miles an hour into bottom S. I reckon Bernard's time will be in the early 30s. It's a 33.41, 33.41 for Bernard Kevel. Lindsay Summers in this fearsome DJ Firestorm with its brand new Cosworth XD 2.7 litre V8 in the back. masses of power, something like 600 horsepower, and the car only weighs just over 400 kilos, so the power to weight ratio is just amazing. 112 over the finishing line, Lindsay, and a time of 35.1. Amanda George in the lovely Chevron B19, sharing with her dad. Amanda fairly cautiously through the S's, but safely up towards the finishing line. 39.33. Les Buck in an interesting car, the Pringett Mistral. Mr. Pringett made about 14 of these cars for Formula Ford, and Les has had this car for a long time. I think out of the 14, this is just about the only one left. Tucks it in close to the left-hand back at the bottom. S keeps clear of the drain cover and heads for the finishing line. Not masses of power, so 77 over the line, 41.72 for Les. 41.72. Andrew Henson in the Formula Ford Van Diemen. Very narrow car, but wide track, typical of the early 90s Formula Fords. He's followed by John Stockley in the Force. Lots of manufacturers who circuit people have never heard of produce cars for hill climbing, and Force is one of them, making very effective hill climb cars. Time for Andrew Henson in the Van Diemen, 40.56. John Stockley with a 1600 bike engine Force. 107 over the line, 33.06. 33.06. Here's David Warburton, son of Alan, who drove this car in the former batch in this GR59 Gould, not with a 4-litre Judd, but with a 1600, I think, Hayabusa. But David and his dad go extremely quickly, as he demonstrates with 110 into bottom S. An S time of 19.26 is quick. This will be in the low 30s. It is a 30.24. 30.24. 111 out of 1600cc is extremely good and quick.
Shelsley Walsh is open for the business of speed hill climbing in 2020 with 6 weekends, 14 days of action, scheduled between July the 25th and September the 20th. We're working on letting spectators in. We have to take things step by step at the moment with distancing arrangement for visitors. But if you want to race against the clock and beat your personal best time at the world's oldest motorsport venue, get yourself entered. Dates and entries are all online at shelsleywalsh.com.
Is over 150 miles an hour, which is quick. Beyond the finishing line, over our right-hand shoulder, looking at this view on the screen, is the top paddock, and there is a sand trap if some cars with inadequate brakes have gone screaming over the finishing line and found it difficult to stop. Unfortunately, there's a sand pit for them to dive into, which stops them. But the top paddock, where people wait to come back down the hill, is a very good place to gossip with your friends, to compare your runs, and then you have to put your helmet on and coast back down to the paddock, as you can see cars are now doing. And those who are here will be pleased to see that the clouds are lifting. It's getting much brighter. Keep your fingers crossed that we get a dry afternoon. Gradually more spectators are coming. There are, I'm afraid, as you would imagine with this dreaded COVID-19, some very strict rules that people have to apply to for social distancing, and for once, probably for the first time ever, spectators are not permitted into the paddock, which is a shame, because that's one of the treats of coming to Shelsley, that you can get into the paddock, chat to the drivers, have a close look at the cars. But also to watch the cars coming up the hill and into the bottom S at 120, 124 miles an hour is just amazing, because as you can see on the screen, you're pretty close to the action and you're not peering through a barbed wire fence. There is a fence, of course, on the outside of bottom S, just in case somebody overcooks it and a wheel goes flying or something like that. So the Midland Automobile Club are very conscious of the need to keep spectators safe. But hill climbing does give you a chance to get very close to the action. Caught a glimpse there of the very rare Mallock Mark 32 rear engine Mallock, the yellow one, which was found in Sweden. I think it raced and sprinted in the southern Sweden. Powered by a 2-litre Vauxhall engine, which is a really good engine. Lots of 2-litre single-seaters use the Vauxhall engine, but in recent years the motorcycle engines have really taken over in the 2-litre class. If you have a 1.3 Hayabusa engine turbocharged, you're up in the 2-litre class, and they are tending to beat the traditional Vauxhall and Cosworth powered cars. Red flags wave, so our next runner will be coming to the start line. Spin the wheels a couple of times to dry out the rear tires. I think this is Charles Williams, and Charles has hill climbed for a long time. He used to have a March, then all sorts of interesting cars, but now driving the Pilbeam MP87, built of course by Mike Pilbeam over in East Anglia. Mike, of course, worked for a long time for BRM, designed one of the last BRMs, and for a long time Pilbeams really dominated hill climbing in the late 70s to the late 90s, really, and then others came along. As you can see, we've got the OMS came along, and so did Force and the Goulds, and Gould, David and Sean Gould really took over the dominating mark in hill climbing. It's now very, very competitive. Charles's Pilbeam, I think, has a Vauxhall engine, 2-litre Vauxhall engine in the back. His son, Charles's son, is a gearbox engineer for Grand Prix F1 Mercedes, so he's a busy lad looking after and developing the gearboxes for Lewis and Valtteri Bottas, and good luck to them in Spain today. John Cottrell in an earlier Pilbeam, the MP82, with the Vauxhall engine. John has graduated from the Lotus gang, and he and his wife Nikki share this car although they're getting a new car, and this one is for sale. So if you want to take up hill climbing and you fancy a nice Vauxhall-powered Pilbeam MP82, talk nicely to John and Nicky Cottrell. He's followed by Lee Griffiths in this OMS 25. Lee's very quick in this car. John records a time of 39.41 in the Pilbeam. Into bottom S at 91 goes Lee on the OMS 1600 bike engine, slightly twitchy out of top S and rapidly up to the line in the low 30s, 33.8, speed 108, 33.80. Next up will be Kelvin Broad. Kelvin in the Force with a supercharged 1300cc bike engine, so effectively a 2-litre car. And 1300cc producing nigh on 300 horsepower with the blower, massively powerful. And of course, very, very light cars, 400 kilos. So massive power to weight ratio, 107 over the line to record a 32.21 for Kelvin. Mr. OMS, Steve Owen, in the lime green works OMS 28, 2.7 litre engine now. Track is drying, so 2.94 off the line. I didn't notice whether Steve was on wets or slicks, but I suspect, rather like Lynn just now, he's got wets on the front and slicks on the back. 78 into bottom S, slightly wide out of bottom S. The trick, funnily enough, is to try and keep the car in the middle of the track between the two S's. But Steve records a 33.93, 33.93. Simon Andrews in another OMS with a 2.8 litre engine. Heavy braking. It's very steep. It doesn't look so steep on the screen, but bottom S, the hill is wide enough, 1 in 8, I think. So it's a fairly steep section of the hill. But it's a 33.55, so slightly quicker than Steve Owen. But here's Sean Gould, who was fastest time of day at Shelsley Walsh the last time we were here and live streamed yesterday. 24.19, but that was on a bone dry track. Nevertheless, 106 into bottom S. Tail tries to let go, but Sean keeps it nicely under control. Dead straight up the middle of the track, and 137 miles an hour. Wow! To record a 29.14. So that quick in the straights, but still a bit damp in the corners. Now Trevor, who was quicker than Sean yesterday with a 24.06, so he was quickest yesterday. Trevor, multiple hill climb champion in the OMS 28 with the 3.2 litre PowerTech V8 engine, which Trevor has, the car is modified, a bit developed over the winter, as always. Brilliant driver. 104 into bottom S, some 20 miles an hour slower than usual because of the dampness. Applies the power out of bottom S. Will he beat Sean? It's a 30.08, so a sighter run for Trevor. But here's Alex Summers, hill climb champion in previous year, but now this car with a 2.7 litre Cosworth XD engine, sort of engine that powered the LMP2 Le Mans cars, but bored out to, or stroked to 4 litres, over 600 horsepower, We saw Lindsay in this car earlier, but Alex yesterday did a 24.28, it's 29.42, 29.42, so not quite as quick as Sean Gould, but his speed over the line, same as Trevor, at 125. Great run. Nice to see this lovely Chevron B19 again in the hands of Dad Richard. We saw daughter Amanda just now. Car lots of people would dream of taking home. Chevron, famous for their brilliant handling. Richard brings it to the line. It's a 40.11, 40.11. Here's this delicious little Alpine Renault of Simon Derling, the great Alpine A110 that was so successful in European rallying. Now, you might not believe it, but Simon's had the engine rebuilt. It's still pretty smoky, but he tells me the pistons have quite thick rings. It takes a while for them to bed in and stop the oil going past them. But Simon lives at the top of Shelsley, so has been up here a few times, has competed very successfully in all sorts of cars, from big single-seaters, raced in the last few years in Formula Junior circuit racing, and so a terrific degree of experience. 43.87, 43.87 for Simon Derling. Phew, we draw breath, and those cars will return to the paddock. It was interesting, drivers comparing Shelsley Walsh with other hill climbs, notably Prescott, just over the hills near Cheltenham. Great rivalry, of course, between Prescott and Shelsley, and comments often are that Prescott is quite twisty, and one or two quite slow corners, so really it puts a premium on neat handling and traction out of slow corners. Shelsley really is a challenge of both skill and nerve, because it really is a very quick hill. Speeds up this hill are amazing, and to drive a single-seater round crossing without lifting is a challenge, as lots of the drivers here will tell you. We've had some nice messages. First time watching a hill climb, really enjoying it. We do wish Alex Bones great success. What's everyone's local hill climb? Fintry and Doon. So that's a message from Ken Ross up in Scotland. Of course, hill climbing is competed by a number of different classes, so lots of people start in something like a Caterham or a Mini, get the hang of it, gradually progress up, and so most of our champions have started in the lower classes and worked their way up, and that's what many people plan to do. So it's a friendly sport. It's really interesting to compare circuit racing with hill climbing. Hill climbing really is a garden party with a bit of motor racing added, but competitors are extremely helpful to each other. If a competitor is in trouble, mechanical trouble, and a car needs a bit of fixing in the paddock, fellow competitors will gather round and render assistance, which is something that I don't suspect happens very often on the circuits. catering at Shelsley is pretty extensive. There's a very nice restaurant down in the courtyard. There's burger bars and things up the hill, lots of ice creams, lots of bars if you are thirsty. So if you come to Shelsley, don't fear that you will die of hunger or thirst. But climbing from the car park up to the top S is quite a challenge, so it's a good way of getting fit. Richard George brings the Chevron B19 back to the paddock, followed by Simon Durling in the Alpine. They will be going past the courthouse. So this is the triangle. Over our right shoulder, looking at the screen, is the start line. And believe it or not, the top hill climb cars are reaching nigh on 100 miles an hour by the time they get to that first left-hander, which is Kennel Bend. And so the acceleration of a top-class hill climb car is as quick as, if not quicker, than a current Formula One car. Power-to-weight ratio is similar, but rather than a 1.6 litre turbocharged V6, people like Sean Gould and Alex Summers are running 4 litre Cosworth engines, so plenty of grunt low down. Our next batch is about to take off. We go back to the start. These guys are having their second run, and we are kicked off by Paul Howard in the MGF. Great way of starting hill climb. You can pick up an MGF for peanuts. Nice little sports car, similar engine and gearbox to the Lotus Elise, mid-engine of course, but with plenty of luggage room. And MGF, the original one, had the hydroelastic rubber and water springs, but the MGTF then went on to steel springs. But to find a nicely kept MGF is not difficult, and have fun, drive it on the road, compete, drive home again. This is Paul Howard. His name will appear on the screen, and completes his run in 49.91. He'll be pleased to be under the 50-second mark. Speed over the line 59 miles an hour. Out of the paddock comes Alex Bones. Now I think we just had a message that Alex, this is his first time competing here at Shelsley. He's in an Audi S3, rapid hatchback Audi. So we wish him all the best. Let's hope he gets bitten by the bug. I think he will. 2 litre turbocharged engine, 4-wheel drive, I think. Yeah, 3.13 off the line. Fairly cautiously round kennel, a bit of brake lights, but that's sensible until you really get used to threading your way up Shelsley. Nice, neat line through the crossing. Can apply the power, 60 miles an hour, into bottom S. Great little road car, the Audi S3, very quick, but comfortable and well equipped as well. So Alex Bones over the line, 40.09, 40.09. Here's an Audi TT in the hands of Anthony Brown, turbocharged 1800cc. By the way it went off the line, it must be 4-wheel drive. And it's going rapidly. 75 into bottom S is great for an Audi TT. All 4 wheels pull it up to and through top S. No, not mid-30s, early 40s. No, 38.84, good run. 38.84. 484. Another Audi TT. The early one in the hands of Graham Godfrey. Sold like hotcakes, the TT. Very elegant, clean style. Very early ones, got a bit of a reputation, needed modifying to sort the handling, but very quickly was done. Graham Godfrey in his, it's a 40.16. So Anthony Brown leading the Audi TT Challenge. Stephen Moore in the, I beg his pardon, it's Simon Tarling. Looks like Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi Evo. It's not. It's 128. It's Oliver. No. It was, I think, Simon Tarling. It was, and he did a 36.46. 36.46. Here's Oliver Wright in the Westfield. SEW, W meaning wide, slightly wider chassis than the early Westfields. And Oliver records a 38.81, 38.81. John Goodrich takes off in the Caterham. Not easy to distinguish between a Caterham and a Westfield unless you look closely at the back of the body. But John with the Caterham with a 2-litre engine. Steadily through the S's. It'll be the mid-40s, I guess. 42.13. Another Audi, but this one much modified. We're in a modified road cars class. Class F1B. This is Eamon Collins in his turbocharged Audi TT with a big spoiler on the back, keeping the back of the car down on the road. 42.38, 42.38. Here's a lovely car. This is the Beetle with a Porsche engine. So a liaison between a Porsche and a VW Beetle has resulted in Jim Collins' 2.7 litre VW. Always entertaining, and behind him Robin Nicholson in the classic Mark 20 Mallock, the front engine clubman's car with the 1700 pushrod engine in the hands of Robin Nicholson. Jim Collins in the VW 42.70. So Robin in the Mallock, car that has been hill climbed a great deal under various owners, 38.73, and he's followed by David Strange in this lovely Crossley. Crossley 9S, 2-litre engine, built of course in Ireland, and this one, continuation, it was built relatively recently on the lines of the original 9S, followed by Nigel Pitt in the OMS 2000. He's alone in class 11B. David Strange's time 40.69, 40.69. Nigel Pitt crosses the line with a 36.02. 92 over the line. He's followed by Bryony Serrell in her relatively recently acquired Elva Mark 7. The Elva Mark 7 really was the car that competed with the Lotus 23 on the circuits. This one came back from the States. A lot of the Mark 7 Elvas went to the States. Bryony, who has competed regularly in a Lotus 51, has had this Elva for a couple of years or so, and she records a 42.51. 42.51. Lovely to see an original Sprite, Frog Eye Sprite, in the hands of Peter Neal. Not sure whether it still has its original 980cc A series engine, but it's quite quick. 48.13 for Peter Neal. This is a nice car for Simon Firth Bernard in a very original and early Sunbeam Alpine. Called a Series 3, but it's got the high fins at the back, so it's a relatively early version of the Alpine. It's not much modified. It's got a slightly larger engine than standard. They were great touring cars. Film stars used to enjoy driving Alpines. Mustn't call it an Alpine, that's a different thing altogether. John White follows in the MGTF. This is the one with the steel suspension. Simon's time was a 50.88 in the Alpine. The MGTF 135, meaning 135 bhp. So interesting to compare with the MGF of Paul Howard that did a 49.91. Similar time, 50.14 for John White. Porsche 944, Paul Renison. The front-engine successor to the 924 with Porsche's own 3-litre four-cylinder engine. Big, banging four-cylinder engine, but very smooth with its counterbalancer shaft. 944 rear gearbox. Legendary handling, great handling, nice car. And Paul's time, 44.91. 44.91. David Rose in the first of our Elans. Fairly standard looking Elan. Minuscule, tiny little cars, brilliantly light, 700 or so kilos, and wonderful road holding, real classic Elan. David Rose's time, 41.8, 41.80. Who have we got now? We've got Jamie Stevens in MG ZR. Another great way of starting hill climbing because, again, cheap as chips, nice cars, and can be modified to produce plenty of power. ZR 1800 records a good time of 45.56 in the ZR. 45.56 for Jamie Stevens. This is the Focus 2.5 litre. This is the 5-cylinder Volvo developed engine in the 25 Focus ST. Great road car and fun to drive on the hills. So David Newbury, 42.4 seconds. Maggie Richards in the Renault Clio 182, 2-litre engine. We've seen quite a few Clios here, as we always do, the 197 and the 182. Middle of the road all the way through the S's, no danger to the banks. Maggie approaches the finishing line. It's under 50 seconds, it's 47.44, 47.44. What's this on the line? It looks like a Porsche to me. It looks like a Porsche Cayman. Lovely cars, mid-engined, flat six. This one in the hands of James McFarlane. We have a slight delay, I'm not sure why, but he's just adjusting, lines the car up just in front of the beam. If you haven't seen hill climbing before, you might wonder why there's a strut, a black strut, sticking out of the front of all the cars. That's what stops the timing beam, or starts it and stops it. And it's obligatory in hill climbing to have a strut on the front of the car. Cayman off the line, James Allen McFarlane. Isn't that a nice noise? Pretty car. Looks as if he's down from Scotland. Heads for the bottom S. 3.4 litre Cayman. Development, of course, of the Boxster. .85 over the line, 41.66 for James, 41.66. Now the little MR2 Toyota of Zoe Shearman. This is the mid-engined MR2. Well, they all were, but this is the Mark III, third version. Nice little car, nice handling. Lots of them on the market. If you're thinking of starting hill climbing, good way to do so. In the little MR2, Zoe records a time of 45.39, 45.39, and she's followed by Andrew Wilcox in another of the Caterham Super 7s with the 1600 engine. S approach at nearly 70, so nicely into the S's and through top S. No dramas, but 42.81. Interesting car follows. This is the extraordinary little Fiat Abarth 695 SS. This is the Abarth version of the early Fiat 500, which were very popular for little touring car racing in Europe. They always raced with the engine cover half open to aid the cooling. I don't think they were air-cooled. I think they were water-cooled. Twin engine, of course. And the 500 bored out to 695. But fun to see David Tripp's little Fiat competing at Shelsley. To record a 56.93. 56.93, which for 600 cc's twin is not bad. John Wadsworth in the Mark III. Oi! Just caught it out of top S. I thought it was he was going to get into a tank slapper, but he caught it nicely, although it's cost him a second or so, to record a 45.99. 45.99. Andrew Meredith, the predecessor to the 944 was the 924 Porsche, which some people were rather scornful about, but the 924 handled nicely, had a Audi engine, four-cylinder engine, and sold like hot cakes, so you can't argue with that. And Andrew records at 47 seconds exactly, 47.00. What have we got? We got a Subaru. We got the STI in the hands of James Dockery. Lots of advantages of Impreza, four-wheel drive, turbocharged, flat, so low center of gravity, plenty of traction off the line, and can be developed to produce masses of power, as the rally boys will tell you, and records a 39.16. 39.16, followed by Simon Dudfield in another Elise. Elise Mark II, not the early first version, but the later version, takes a wide entry into top S. You'll see in a second another Elise following, slightly more modified, but Simon 45, all the fives, 45.55. But the following car, this is in class PM1, which is modified. So a much more powerful Elise in the hands of Jonathan Bibby. This is the Mark I Elise with what many people regard as the prettier body shape, but the Mark II was cheaper and easier to build. Jonathan's time, 42.55. 42.55. Ian Stallard in an Elan, and a very pretty Elan, with fixed headlights. He got fed up with them, one of them winking and the other one not. With the famous twin cam engine, 1700cc and 40.25. 40.25. He's followed by Clive Buffy in another Elan. He's still in the modified class, but looks pretty standard, but perhaps much more power than standard, although it's a 1700cc. Oh dear, I hope that isn't the engine going pop, but that looked a bit dramatic. 46.13. For Clive Buffy. He's sharing the car with Karen Buffy, so hopefully that isn't a damaged engine and Karen gets a run. Now the story is that Clive entered his Lotus 61 single-seater, but that was giving some rather unpleasant noises in the paddock, and so he decided to share the Elan with Karen. I hope the Buffy family doesn't go home with two broken cars. Course car coming up the hill, so that's the end of that batch. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be a trail of oil on the finishing straight as far as I can see, so hopefully it's not a seriously damaged engine.
Shelsley Walsh Speed Hill Climb in Worcestershire. It's the oldest motorsport venue in the world that has been continuously run on its original course. 115 years we've been driving and celebrating hill climbing at Shelsley with all sorts of different cars, but most of all with a wonderful view, because we're 10 miles west of Worcester in the Team Valley, and it is quite a view indeed. Lots of cars of various different shapes and sizes all compete at Shelsley over the 1,000-yard course that has been the same since those early days. This is a map of the place from the 1930s. The BBC hut positioned at the bottom and in the middle of the S's because it used to be broadcast on the Empire service in those days, going as far afield as to Australia and India. But this was Ernest Instone. He set the very first best time of day in 1905 with the Daimler. Did 77.6 seconds. But soon the record tumbled. The view then very similar to what it is now, except for the fact that maybe the spectators aren't as close nowadays as this Vauxhall 3098 makes its way up through the S's with 4 people on board. Different times indeed. Ingenuity and engineering excellence was certainly very much part of hill climbing then as it is now. Can you imagine driving this to the hill in the 1930s? It was internationally recognised commercially because people got behind the racers who came to Shelsley, including Shell, who celebrated Raymond Mays getting best time of the day in the 1930s. Mays on the left here, with Malcolm Campbell in the middle and Earl Howe on the right-hand side. This is May 1935. Campbell had just set a land speed record at 276 miles an hour, and before the year was out, he would be the first person to break 300 miles an hour. He was competing on that day at Shelsley in his Sunbeam. So it drew the names and it drew the people, including Hans Stuck and the might of Auto Union, who came to Shelsley in June 1936. Stuck on the left-hand side, Horsch in the middle, one of the 4 rings of the Auto Union that, of course, now make up the Audi logo. And Leslie Wilson
Morning
on the
all.
right-hand side, the then Secretary at Shelsley,
here.
welcomed Stuck to the
John
hill.
Moody talking.
Also present
Now
that day, second from left, was Prince Bearer. Then you got Stuck in the white jacket, Mays, Earl Howe. And on the extreme right-hand side, Prince Chula, who, of course, was hand-in-hand with Bearer. What a lineup on the day. Stuck, unfortunately, had to try and get to the top of the hill in very difficult wet conditions. Too many horsepowers, he said. But the view then, well, that wooden barn is still there. The view very similar today. That is one of the most famous Shelsley pictures.
Large
the number 57 C-Type Auto Union struggling for grip.
Now.
550 horsepower? Then, 84 years ago, must have been another world. But we managed to get the Auto Union and Audi tradition back to Shelsley 4 years ago. The guys came over from Germany and they put on a super show with Hans-Joachim Stuck coming over from Austria and driving throughout the weekend the Auto Union and also one of his Trans Am Audis. It was a wonderful step back in time. Some of you will have been there that day. If not, well, we've got lots of pictures for you to enjoy. But going back through Shelsley history, Shelsley had innovations through the 60s with four-wheel drive and a guy called Tony Marsh who won the British Hill Climb Championship 6 times. Then into the 70s, Pilbeam came to the fore. DFV engines trickled down from Formula One. Special tyres trickled down from Formula One. Then into the early 80s, then we had more big fat tyres and open pipes and DFV engines in the back of Pilbeams, and then some slightly smaller engines, 2.5 litre Hearts, 2.8 litre Hearts in the back of some smaller cars with skirts and more advanced aerodynamics. In 1986, Hannu Mikkola came to Shelsley with the Audi Sport Quattro. It was still a current Group B rally car in those days, and he certainly enjoyed his day. He won in July 1986. Sterling Moss has been to Shelsley. He came in the early zeros and he presented Graham White Jr. with a cheque for £1,000 after White Jr. broke the 25-second barrier for the very first time. And into more modern times, it's the Gould concern who build specialist hill climb cars, carbon fibre, specialist engines mounted in the back of them and lots of aerodynamics, and it is therefore a Gould's in the hands of Martin Groves who holds the outright Shelsley record in 22.58 seconds. He is the longest record holder at Shelsley, but that record will be up for grabs. It will go one day. The reigning British Hill Climb champion is also in a Gould, but it's a later model, a GR59. This is Wallace Menges, getting a little bit crossed up through the S's. This has 630 horsepower or so. It really is quite something to see and to listen to. Menzies, the reigning champion. We've also had Formula E car here at Shelsley in the shape of Mitch Evans, who brought the Jaguar here a couple of years ago. And also other cars from around the world of motorsport, whether or not it's Nürburgring, 24 Hours or wherever. We celebrate the winners of the day with a podium at the end of our competitive Sunday. And we've had some fun in the past with Dougie Lampkin being here as well, 12 times a Trials World Champion. Other cars that we see on the hill, smaller single-seaters with motorcycle engines in, are really a great way for people to enter into speed hill climbing economically. Sharing cars.
We'll believe it when we see it. At this distance, it looks as if it's Jeff Stallard on the line with a Lotus Elan, car number 167. He's lined up to have his start, having a conversation with the marshals. Still the red flags are out in this part of the hill, not quite sure why. Something must be happening further up the hill. Good little squadron of Lotus Elans here. They were at their pomp, I suppose, in the 1960s and early 1970s, and then other Lotus road cars came about. But they're still well sought after Elans. They're light, they're manageable, and they've got a good power to weight ratio even before they get competition tuning. And of course, when they were brand new in the mid-60s, you could buy them in pre-assembly form. There was some sort of tax benefit in doing that, and you could put it all together yourselves without too much specific knowledge. Helpful to have a mechanic with you, of course, but they all got operated quickly. Right, red flags are in. Red flags are now in at the start line, and we should be seeing Jeff Stallard leave the start line immediately. It's number 163. It's Peter Bottrell. It's not Jeff Stallard. Up go the revs. Off he comes, Peter Bottrell. Series 3 Lotus Elan, 1760 cc's. Out of sight now as he goes up the hill. And just in his sight now, he's got bottom S. Bottom S is going to be the first critical corner. He's going through that now, attacking top S, which is about 30 yards away. And then, of course, he's got a straight line before the finishing line.
and he goes over that now and has done so in 42.16 seconds. 70 miles an hour over the finishing line. Now we've got a later Lotus road car. It's number 165. It's John Palmer with the Elise, Lotus Elise 111, mid-engined. Sold a lot of them, much sought after. John Palmer. He too is through into the crossing. Crossing before bottom S comes in sight. Nice to see some more spectators there today. Hope you're enjoying things. I'm even more hopeful that it's not going to rain again. John Palmer goes past. Bryony Milner has left the start line. John Palmer is about to cross the finishing line, which in fact he does. 42.60, 75 over the start line. Bryony Milner on the hill, number 166, also with the Lotus Elise. She's coming into top S now. Jeff Stallard has left the start line in a Lotus Elan. Lots of activity here. Jeff Stallard following along. Bryony Milner, 45.98. 45.98, 65 miles an hour. Jeff Stallard in the Elan, 1500cc engine. Now we've got an interesting car. This is Lee Carter with the little Fiat Abarth. Left hooker, tuned engine, as is often the case in Italy, particularly in hot weather. The bodywork above the engine compartment, they're not mid-engine, they're absolutely rear-engined, very different. And you see them in their squadrons. Small car, possible and effective power to weight ratio. David Giddon leaving the start. I'll give you Lee Carter's time. It is 58.14. Now, David Giddon has left the start line in a Lotus 23, mid-engine sports car. Built in the early and substantial 1960s, and then taken and worked in some volume. Still sought after with great enthusiasm by Lotus enthusiast. Brian Meddings taking the car through the S's now. Oh no, he's coming now. Brian Meddings with the Lotus 35 single-seater. Tony Wallen has left the start line, and Brian Meddings is heading for the finishing line. He takes it on 52.52. Lotus 35 in the 1970s, built as a Formula 2 car. Tony Wallen with a Lotus 69, car number 176 on the hill. And here's June Matty, long-time Lotus enthusiast, as of course is her husband, who runs a Lotus agency in the Midlands area. June Matty, she's going up now towards the bottom S. She's got the Lotus 69, 1600cc. She's followed by husband Paul. He's about to leave the start line. That is done. Let's see what June's time is. June Matty over the finish line with a time of 42.58, 70 miles an hour. Paul Matty with a Lotus 35, Formula 2 car in its day. Hugely enthusiastic couple, as they would be, because Paul Matty Sports Cars is Lotus. Now got Sarah Thorne, who also lives in this area. She's got a Lotus Formula Junior, Lotus 20, time for June Matty, 42.58, Paul Matty, 39.10, and Sarah Thorne is still motoring. She's followed up by Malcolm Thorne, her husband, who's got another Lotus 35. So 2 sets of husband and wife activity. Let's get to see where Sarah Thorne has laid the time of 37.75. 92 over the line. 92, done well in that. Malcolm Thorne, he's already on the finishing line, and he's followed up now by Anthony Shute. Anthony Shute with another Lotus 39. Malcolm Thorne, time 37.02, 88 over the line. 37.02. 88 over the line. Sarah's was 92 over the line. Be a discussion there. Anthony Shute motoring away with the Lotus 69. He's on the finishing straight. Over the line now, 34.82, 93 miles an hour. 34.82. A lot of activity there in a short time. That's the end of a batch. Those will come down directly. So of that last Lotus batch, notwithstanding single-seaters or sports cars, quickest of them all with a time of 35.49, 35.48, beg his pardon, was Tony Wallen, car number 176, with the Lotus 69 Formula 3. Sports cars, course cars going up the hill, as you can hear, or not hear. It's electrically powered. Sun's coming out. Track is drying out even further. Experience at this place tells me that if the sun just keeps like this, don't need Mediterranean temperatures, but just like this, we'll be with a dry track come the beginning of the afternoon. Passengers getting out at the box at Top S. Car itself will turn round and oh no, it's going to the top of the hill, turn round there, and then we'll get the next batch in order. Let's see what other people have got to say. I told you what Graham Wynne said 26 minutes ago. Well, I don't know what the weather is like in other parts of nearby dwellings, but within Worcestershire somebody will tell us whether we've got the best of the weather here or whether it's still wet elsewhere. Very effective form of information. Right, the next activity here is going to be a top 10 runoff. Top 10 runoff for those who have made the best 10 times up the hill. And we'll find out with the runoff which is the quickest of them all. The quickest so far is Sean Gould, car number 7, who recorded a time of 29.14. Pretty closely followed by Alex Summers in the newly engined car. He recorded 29.42. He is a previous hill climb champion, as is Trevor Willis. He recorded 30.08. So some quick chaps there, and we shall go through there with the other members, as it were, of the top 12 runoff. If those of you that are looking at your screens a long way away from here, those competing in this runoff are Sean Gould, Alex Summers, Trevor Willis, as I have told you, and then David Warburton, Harry Pick, Andy Greenan, Kelvin Broad, John Stockley, Alan Warburton, Mark Lawrence. Those are the chaps that will make up the top 10. Best of all in that morning run was 29.14 by Sean Gould. With that time of 29.14, he leads the field at the moment. Course cars coming down, that will nip very quickly into the courtyard. Red flags coming in, so we'll be able to make the best of this improved surface as we see it. First to the line should be Mark Lawrence. Mark Lawrence, 32.15 was his qualification time. His time of 7.60. Recorded a time of 32.15. Let's see how he can manage. He's got the OMS 1 litre car, qualified on 32.15. He's situation on the start line. He's well over to the left side. Not everybody does that. Majority of people keep over to the right, but he has a cunning plan, and let's see how it works. 32.15 for Mark Lawrence. Going to get a green light in a moment. Lots of absolutely dry areas now beneath Vox Villa. That's the box in which I'm sitting. Up the revs go, he leaves the start line. Mark Lawrence, 2.37 seconds for 64 feet. Charging through. Now, gone past the crossing. He's approaching bottom S, that left-hander. He's through there. Just got his wheels over the drain. And shooting now up to the finishing line, which he crosses now. Time of 29.47. 29.47. So that's an improvement of 2 and a bit seconds over his qualifying time. So things are working in the right direction. Now we've got Alan Warburton, MAC committee member. Alan Warburton with the car he shares with his son. 1600cc, very experienced competitor, Alan. Been hill climbing for some time. It's a Gould GR59, 1600cc's. Sitting on the start line. Hasn't dropped his visor yet, which he will do before leaving, obviously. Sitting there patiently. Quite a little audience of chaps, ladies and gentlemen, now in the area below the start line. Some of them being attacked by flies. He leaves the start line, Alan Warburton, 2.17 seconds. That's a good time for 64 feet. Hugely experienced competitor. Got his foot hard down. Approaching bottom S now. Through it, in the middle of the road, nice tidy line, avoids the drain, and comes up to the finishing line, which he crosses now. 28.33, 28.33. Speed over the line, 111 miles an hour, 111 miles an hour. Things are improving, aren't they? Those cars will come down the hill, I think, because they're dual driven, or will be dual driven. Couple of two former hill climb champions coming to have a look at the start line, seeing what state the surface is. They'll make a judgment on it because they will be competing on it in about 10 minutes time or so. Cars returning to the paddock, those that have just gone up, Mark Lawrence and Alan Warburton. That time of 28.33, for the reasons of the weather surface, is the best time so far today. But when we started, it was wet and runny. That's the British climate. Nice to have it here. Nice to organise the sunshine. We try hard at that. It's worked at the moment. You wouldn't have believed it. You'd heard the Worcestershire news at 6:30 this morning. But there you go. Those two cars coming down the hill. Just coming out of bottom S. They won't be long before they come down. For those of you not familiar with the actual run at Shelsley Walsh, just before they get into the paddock, they turn right. They go behind Vaux Villa, come down on a little side road, and then from that side road, they turn left and get themselves back into the paddock. Here they come now. Alan Warburton turning in. That, I think, is just those two coming down. The flags are coming in, and we'll be back in business shortly. I think the next car we're going to see is John Stockley, car number 71. But, yes, it is John Stockley. I think Bernard Kevell may have had the opportunity of a runoff, but for whatever reason, he's not taking a runoff in this round one. John Stockley, car number 71. He's in a Force, 1600cc Force. He's left the start line. 2.61 seconds for those critical 64 feet. Up now towards bottom S. Gripping the middle of the road, not clipping on the edges. They might still be a bit moist. And slightly awkward coming out of top S. Controlled it nicely. He's over the finishing sign now. 30.94. 30.94 for John Stockley. and speed over the line was, or is, 108. Not quite as quick as Alan Warburton, but 108 is swift enough at the moment. Time 30.94. Now, leaving the start line, we've got Kelvin Broad. Kelvin Broad with the Force, 1300cc supercharged car. 2.17 seconds to get across 34 feet. He's already through the bottom S, tidy. Oh, a little bit sideways as he came out of the top S. Grabbed it quickly, he's over the finishing line now. Kelvin Broad, time of 30.72. 30.72. Speed over the line was 110. Things are getting a little quicker. 110. Andy Greenham now in the Empire. Empire Evo, 1 litres. Time of 22.2 across the 64 feet. Andy Greenham through into top S now. Got very, very close on the left-hand side as he came out of top S. Avoided touching the bank. He's over the finish line. Time 27.88. 27.88. Speed over the line 103. 103. We are now waiting for Harry Pick. No sign, no noise. Somebody will find him. Bit of activity going on in the... Ah, yes, there's a man doing traffic signals. Thank you, sir. Little bit of work being done on Harry Pick's car. His qualifying time was 31.11. 31.11. Best time of the day so far, with that time of 27.88. Andy Greenham, 27.88. An engine has started. That must be Harry Pick. He's into sight now. OMS, car number 60. He too has moved to the left of the road on the start line. Gentle start if ever there was one. Harry Pick, 2.38 seconds for 64 feet. He's on his way now. Passing the members area and up to bottom S, which he navigates, oh, very, very tightly. The back of the car was trying to leap away, but he caught it. Up to the finishing line now, time of 28.77. 28.77 for Harry Pick. Speed over the line, 105. They're doing quite well. Still quickest over the line on 110 is Kelvin Broad. Best time up to the top of the hill is 27.88 by Andy Greenham. Now then we've got David Warburton. David Warburton, son of Alan. Alan recorded in this runoff 28.33. David will have a crack at going up quicker than his father, and every likelihood. 2.12 seconds for 64 feet. That is the best of that particular part of the navigation. 1600cc Gould GR59 comes up towards top S. Bottom S takes the left-hander, takes the right-hander, comes out of top S. charging up the middle of the road, wasting no time at all over the finishing line. 27.33. 27.33 for David Warburton. That is the best time of the day so far. Speed over the line, 110. Joint fastest in speed, best in time. Next up will be Trevor Willis. Here he is now, car number 5. Multiple hill climb champion. Trevor Willis recorded 30.08 during the earlier runs. 2.13 seconds for 64 feet, and he's up the hill now into bottom S. Vastly experienced competitor. Charging up towards the finish line. Should be the best time. Yes, it is. 26.69 for Trevor. 26.69. Speed over the line. 132. 132. No ifs and buts there, except we've got Alex Summers to come. Now, Alex Summers has a new engine in this car. It is a 2.7 litre Cosworth V8. DJ Firestorm is the car. Time of 2.15 seconds for 64 feet. He's coming up now. Approaching bottom S. Sets himself up for that. Middle of the road. He's already through top S. This is a very, very tidy run. Former champion over the line, 25.90, 25.90. Best time of the day, speed over the line, 130. Not the quickest over the line, but you don't get any prizes for speed over the line. You get prizes for time going up the hill. So currently, best time. 25.90. Now we're waiting for Sean Gould. Sean Gould, who qualified on 29.14, which is about 2 and a bit seconds quicker than Alex Summers this morning. Let's see how he can manage things. First thing to do is to see him. Where's he hiding? Sean Gould surrounded by people in the paddock. First opportunity for MAC members. Had to come to an event this weekend. This is the 4th activity weekend we have had at Shelsley. The first one was for people to come along in their cars, but it wasn't timed. The last 3 were timed, and things have got quicker. And this weekend we've been able, I'm very pleased to say, to have MAC members coming along, either to spend the time in the paddock or to spend the time up the hill. 2 particular bubbles, that's what they are, they're bubbles. And Sean Gould coming up to the start line now. Quick car driver combination. It's another GR59 Gould, 4 litre. It's a quick car and he's got it sorted. Did well in it last season. Time he has set to qualify, 29.14. Time he's got to beat, 25.90. Leaves the start line. 2.3 seconds for the 64 feet. He's up the hill. Coming through the crossing. Got the bottom S in sight. Slows down for the bottom S. Sticks it in the middle of the road. Follows in the middle of the road to the top S. And charges up the finishing line to 26.85. 26.85. not as quick as Alex Summers. Speed over the line for Sean Gould, 136. So that's a conundrum. Quickest time over the finishing line, but not best time of the day. That stands at the moment to Alex Summers, but it's only 20 to 1. There's a lot to go. So I'll just take you through those in the runoff. Best time so far stands to Alex Summers, 25.90. Then Trevor Willis, 26.69. Then Sean Gould, 26.85. Then David Warburton, 27.33. Followed by Antti Greenan, 27.88. Alan Warburton, 28.33. Harry Pick, 27.77. Mark Lawrence, 23. Try again. Mark Lawrence, 29.47. Then Kelvin Broad as 9th quickest, 30.79. And number 10, John Stockley, 30.94. That's the end of a batch. Somebody will come and tell me whether or not this is lunchtime. And when they do, I'll let you know. What is interesting is how long did it take us to get those 6 chaps up the hill? Let's say it was a total of about 15 minutes, and it's very relevant that the hill surface improved significantly over those 20 minutes. It's not bone dry, but it's a lot drier than it was. We're going to have some lunch, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to restart the activity at 1:30. So just to say, firstly, thank you for being here. Secondly, thank you for watching wherever you are. 1 or 2 names that we know. And the restart will be at 1:30. And I hope that the surface gets better and better and the whole place warmer and warmer through the whole of the lunchtime. We'll be ready to talk to you again at 1:25, and we'll have a busy afternoon, and I'm sure another runoff at the end.
You've never seen anything like it. Back into the road, coming out of Caterham, round the top of the Paddock, like the car side. Absolutely wonderful, and Junie's lost none of his style. Let's approach 124. was. And as I said a moment ago, we're back in business here at Chelsea.
Shelsley Walsh Speed Hill Climb in Worcestershire. It's the oldest motorsport venue in the world that has been continuously run on its original course. 115 years we've been driving and celebrating hill climbing at Shelsley with all sorts of different cars, but most of all with a wonderful view, because we're 10 miles west of Worcester in the Team Valley, And it is quite a view indeed. Lots of cars of various different shapes and sizes all compete at Shelsley over the 1,000-yard course that has been the same since those early days. This is a map of the place from the 1930s. The BBC hut positioned at the bottom and in the middle of the S's because it used to be broadcast on the Empire service in those days, going as far afield as to Australia and India. But this was Ernest Instone. He set the very first best time of day in 1905 with the Daimler. He did 77.6 seconds. But soon the record tumbled. The view then very similar to what it is now, except for the fact that maybe the spectators aren't as close nowadays as this Vauxhall 3098 makes its way up through the S's with 4 people on board. Different times indeed. Ingenuity and engineering excellence was certainly very much part of hill climbing then as it is now. Can you imagine driving this to the hill in the 1930s? It was internationally recognised commercially because people got behind the racers who came to Shelsley, including Shell, who celebrated Raymond Mays getting best time of the day in the 1930s. Mays on the left here, with Malcolm Campbell in the middle and Earl Howe on the right-hand side. This is May 1935. Campbell had just set a land speed record at 276 miles an hour, and before the year was out, he would be the first person to break 300 miles an hour. He was competing on that day at Shelsley in his Sunbeam. So it drew the names and it drew the people, including Hans Stuck and the might of Auto Union, who came to Shelsley in June 1936. Stuck on the left-hand side, Porsche in the middle, one of the 4 rings of the Auto Union that, of course, now make up the Audi logo. And Leslie Wilson on the right-hand side, the then secretary at Shelsley, welcomed Stuck to the hill. Also present that day, second from left, was Prince Bearer. Then you got Stuck in the white jacket, Mays, Earl Howe, and on the extreme right-hand side, Prince Chula, who, of course, was hand-in-hand with Bearer. What a lineup on the day. Stuck, unfortunately, had to try and get to the top of the hill in very difficult wet conditions. Too many horsepowers, he said, but the view then, well, that wooden barn is still there. The view very similar today. That is one of the most famous Shelsley pictures. The number 57 C-Type Auto Union struggling for grip. 550 horsepower? Then, 84 years ago, must have been another world. But we managed to get the Auto Union and Audi tradition back to Shelsley 4 years ago. The guys came over from Germany and they put on a super show with Hans-Joachim Stuck coming over from Austria and driving throughout the weekend the Auto Union and also one of his Trans Am Audis. It was a wonderful step back in time. Some of you will have been there that day. If not, well, we've got lots of pictures for you to enjoy. But going back through Shelsley history, Shelsley had innovations through the 60s with four-wheel drive and a guy called Tony Marsh who won the British Hill Climb Championship 6 times. Then into the 70s, Pilbeam came to the fore. DFV engines trickled down from Formula One. Special tyres trickled down from Formula One. Then into the early 80s, then we had more big fat tyres and open pipes and DFV engines in the back of Pilbeams, and then some slightly smaller engines, 2.5 litre Hearts, 2.8 litre Hearts in the back of some smaller cars with skirts and more advanced aerodynamics. In 1986, Hannu Mikkola came to Shelsley with the Audi Sport Quattro. It was still a current Group B rally car in those days, and he certainly enjoyed his day. He won in July 1986. Sterling Moss has been to Shelsley. He came in the early zeros and he presented Graham White Jr. with a cheque for £1,000 after White Jr. broke the 25-second barrier for the very first time. And into more modern times, it's the Gould concern who build specialist hill climb cars. carbon fibre, specialist engines mounted in the back of them, and lots of aerodynamics, and it is therefore a Gould in the hands of Martin Groves, who holds the outright Shelsley record in 22.58 seconds. He is the longest record holder at Shelsley, but that record will be up for grabs. It will go one day. The reigning British Hill Climb champion is also in a Gould, but it's a later model, a GR59. This is Wallace Menges, getting a little bit crossed up through the S's. This has 630 horsepower or so. It really is quite something to see and to listen to. Menzies, the reigning champion. We've also had Formula E car here at Shelsley in the shape of Mitch Evans, who brought the Jaguar here a couple of years ago. And also other cars from around the world of motorsport, whether or not it's Nürburgring, 24 Hours or wherever. We celebrate the winners of the day with a podium at the end of our competitive Sunday. And we've had some fun in the past with Dougie Lampkin being here as well, 12 times a Trials World Champion. Other cars that we see on the hill, smaller single-seaters with motorcycle engines in, are really a great way for people to enter into speed hill climbing economically. Sharing cars is a way forward. Husband and wives, brothers, friends, all chipping in to try and save money. But this is the current Gould GR59 of Sean Gould, designed by himself and his father David. This is his 2020 car, which of course we've yet to see in action. This has a 4-litre V8 Judd in the back of it. It's got 700 horsepower, and this weighs about 420 kilos. The aerodynamics on it are unlimited. No skirts though, but the aero is unlimited, so there's a lot of Formula One stuff on here that they can't use in Formula One, but they can use in hill climbing. Just look at that. It really is doing 150 miles an hour whilst it's standing still. CFD is used in the design of modern hill climb cars as a way of really maximising the aerodynamic possibilities of the cars. This is another model that has been made for Empire. This has got a 1600cc Suzuki engine in the back of it. Huge downforce, huge Venturi, huge tunnel. Other cars that continue to come to Shelsley include Spider, held the record in the 1920s, and also some modern cars. You can bring your road car. You can even go up in your estate car, a Golf R, for example. Maybe you've got a 250 short wheelbase Ferrari you'd like to bring along. I know one of you's got one out there, haven't you? Nice 911 getting sideways out of the top S. Roy Stanley in his Mitsubishi Evo 5, always a favourite. He's modified that immensely, and it is very, very quick. You can even do a wheelie off the line if you've got enough horsepower in your Smart. We've got an archive at Shelsley with all the original posters from the 1930s. The posters that were spread all around the area to get people to come to the hill. They came in their droves, buses being put on from Birmingham town centre to bring people to the Team Valley in Worcestershire. A lot of people celebrating their success at Shelsley. A Lockheed advert here celebrating Raymond Mays in his ERA R4D in 1947, the first year of the British Hill Climb Championship. The posters that we've got are really evocative, and we're looking to do a rerun of these posters, so keep your eyes peeled on our social media channels.
Good afternoon, everybody, and if you're watching us online, welcome back. Welcome back to Shelsley Walsh. If you're here live watching us, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're kicking off with our second runs of hill climbing at 1:30 UK time. We had an interesting morning. It started with a very wet hill, and inevitably time suffered, but gradually the hill dried out, and it's now, I think, pretty much bone dry. There is an area between the S's with overhanging trees that tends to take much longer to dry out, so times should be tumbling through the afternoon. The forecast is not brilliant, but keep your fingers crossed, and we hope to have a dry afternoon. We've got a very eclectic, a very mixed entry, everything from Peugeot 205 GTI, Audi TT, Renault Clio, right through Lotus Elise, Lotus Elan, Lotus single-seaters, right up to the current top hill climbing cars in the shape of the Gould GR59, the DJ Firestorm, the OMS 28, and we had a really interesting runoff just before lunch. What happens in hill climbing in this country is that we have the class runs in the morning, and then people who have registered for the British Hill Climb Championship have the top 12, the fastest 12 of those runners in the class runs have a runoff the last thing before lunch, and that's always a highlight of the meeting. And similarly, after lunch, the same thing happens, more class runs, and then another top 12 runoff. Today, because it's a rather special meeting, it isn't a championship meeting, we've had a top 10 runoff just before lunch, and times have tumbled since the early morning class runs, when it was very good to get in the 20s at all. But in fact, the winner of our first top 10 runoff before lunch today was Alex Summers with a great run of 25.9. Compare that with his run yesterday, which was on a completely dry track, and that was a 24.28. Fastest yesterday in their runoff was Trevor Willis with a 24.06. Trevor today achieved a 26.69, so still quite a wet effect on those top running cars. But it's pretty quick stuff. We've seen speeds over the finishing line in the 130s. I think the fastest ever recorded was over 150 miles an hour, so it's not uncommon for the top runners to achieve 140 miles an hour over the finishing line, and then it's a fairly short braking distance into the top paddock, so lots of excitement at the top of the hill. We kick off with the road going class, and our first runner will be a Rover MGF in the hands of Paul Howard, and that is due to take place at 1:30. You can see on the screen our start line marshals. The red flag has come in, and that will be replicated at all marshals posts up the hill, and then when we're ready to go, Paul Howard will bring his Rover MGF to the start line. There is a pre-start line at the exit to the paddock, which you can often see cars spinning their rear wheels up there to try and get them clean and get them hot, get more grip on obviously on a nice hot tyre. We don't allow tyre warmers in hill climbing. So here on your screen is Paul Howard bringing this very pretty, rather quite late model MGF to the start line. His run this morning was completed in 49.91 on a soaking wet track, so he'll be hoping to get in the 30s if possible, but certainly reduce that time by quite a few seconds. We will be telling you the time for the first 64 feet, and Paul in fact covered the first 64 feet in 2.81. 2 seconds for 64 feet is acceleration of 1g. So we always talk about the first 64 feet, and that's the reason. And I think the quickest ever at Shelsley was about 1.6, which is incredible acceleration. It's not sort of dragster acceleration, but for a hill climb car it's very quick. Paul into the bottom S now at a speed of 61, and now through the top S. Shelsley is quite it's steep and narrow, and so to achieve speeds in the hundreds is does concentrate the mind a bit. His time, good improvement on this morning with a 45.21. 45.21. His speed over the finishing line was 62 miles an hour. Now we've got Alex Bones having his first visit to Shelsley in this very rapid Audi A3. Unusually, because it's not the hatchback version, it's the saloon version of the S3, but makes good noise, and obviously a very quick car, much modified engine. Braking for bottom S at 82, takes the correct line between the bottom and the top S, which is to keep it over to the left-hand side-ish of the track, let it drift over to the right, and you're in the wrong line for top S. He achieves a 35.97. That's again some 4 and a bit seconds quicker than this morning's run. Audi TT on the line. I think it's Anthony Brown, number 120. It is. Must be four-wheel drive because minimum of wheel spin off the line. 1800 turbocharged Audi TT, very popular sports car. They called it sort of Bauhaus style of body design, very simple flowing lines, hugely popular. And it's followed by another one, this time the soft top version. Again, four-wheel drive, in the hands of Graham Godfrey. Anthony Brown, 36.52, just 2 seconds, 2 and a bit seconds quicker than his morning run. Graham Godfrey in the drop head version, 79 into bottom S, not quite as quick as Anthony Brown. And away past top S into the finish. Meanwhile, Simon Tarling, no, it's not Simon Tarling in a Porsche, it's Simon Tarling, but in a Evo. I think it's an Evo. Something may have happened to the Porsche. But it's a quick one anyway. It's 85 into bottom S and 32.55 overall. Oliver Wright, Westfield SE with a 1600 engine, probably a Ford. Gets into bottom S at 73. Nice line through the S's. Sets himself up nicely for top S. He's followed by John Goodreds in a Caterham, 2-litre Caterham. More power than Oliver's car, and we'll follow the Caterham. Round crossing. You need to grit your teeth through crossing. It's a very fast bend. And braking for bottom S at 69. Meanwhile, Oliver Wright's time, 37.35. 37.35. John Goodreds heading towards the finish. He'll be followed by another Audi TT, much modified one, and John's time 38.47. 38.47. Here's the Audi TT in the hands of Eamon Collins. Big wing out of the back. Probably gives lots of downforce on a fast hill. Well, Shelsley is a pretty fast hill, so maybe it does help on the quicker corners. It's a 41.62. Slight improvement on this morning's run. Meanwhile, this lovely car that I really enjoy, the VW Beetle, with a 2.7 litre Porsche engine in the back in the hands of Jim Collins. Result of a one-night stand between a Porsche 911 and a VW Beetle, and the Beetle won but got the engine. And Jim's done a 39.37, 39.37. Robin Nicholson on the hill in the classic Mallock Mark 20 Clubman's car with a 1700 pushrod engine. This one has been hill climbed since it was started, many years under different owners, but Robin completes the hill in a 33.80, 33.80, 5 seconds quicker than this morning. Now David Strange, David in the Crossley 9S, not an original one from the late 60s, but in fact a recreation. They built a number in the about 5 years ago, 5 or 10 years ago, and David's competed with this one for some time. His time, 36.25, 36.25. On to single-seaters. The class of single-seaters up to 1100, kicked off by Nigel Pitt. 98 into bottom S, that's quick. Again, keeps it well over to the left between the S's, gives him a nice line through top S, and then foot hard down, 3 more gears, and over the finishing line at a speed of 95 and a time of 31.32 for Nigel Pitt, 31.32. Who've we got now? We've got Bryony Serrell, long-time competitor, often in a Formula Ford Lotus 51, but now Bryony is in this Elva Mark 7, which I think she acquired early last year. Came back from the States, and she loves it, as who wouldn't? Over the drain cover into top S. Bryony's still getting the hang of this car. Major competitor in period for the Lotus 23, 37.51, 37.51, exactly 5 seconds quicker than her morning run. Frog Eye Sprite called in the running list a Malvern Austin, which means it's probably a much modified Sprite in Malvern. In the hands of Peter Neal, 62 into bottom S. And a nice neat run up to the finishing line to record 44.55, 44.55. Now a nice cruise in the country for the Sunbeam Alpine of Simon Firth Bernard. A Mark III, but the early body shape, later on they lowered those fins at the back. This one's got a slightly larger engine, still a Sunbeam engine, but slightly larger than the original 1500cc engine. They were great touring cars. And he heads for the finishing line. Meanwhile, John White's MGTF, 135 horsepower TF, rounding crossing time for the Alpine was 46.63, 46.63. So everybody's 3 or 4 seconds quicker than they were this morning. John White, fairly cautious approach into bottom S at 58, but again keeps it well to the left between the two S's. MGTF, mid-engined of course, but still plenty of luggage capacity. Nice, inexpensive sports car to go hill climbing in and to achieve a time of 46.22, 46.22. Paul Renison in the classic Porsche 944 3-litre front engine Porsche. Big 4-cylinder engine, but with its balancer shafts makes it very smooth. Rear-mounted gearbox and brilliant road holding. The 944 developed from the 924, example of which we'll see pretty soon. 41.19 for Paul, 41.19. David Rose in the first of our Lands today, this afternoon. Very pretty one, fixed headlights, which is quite unusual, but Lands were notorious for their headlights winking and blinking and not behaving very well. Woof! Had a bit of a tank slapper out of top S, but gathered it together nicely. David Rose crosses the finishing line, 39.84, 39.84. Followed by this intriguing MGZR, not a car that you often see on the hills, but a bargain way of going hill climbing. Now lets it drift a little bit over to the right after bottom S, which doesn't set him up nicely for top S, but nevertheless Jamie Stevens gathers it all together and heads for the finishing line and records a speed of 67, time of 43.01, which is respectable. We've got an orange Ford Focus with the 5-cylinder Volvo-developed engine, the Focus ST of David Newberry. Powerful, rapid car, makes a lovely noise as well. He did a 42.4 this morning, which was a very good time under the circumstances, and he's a second or so quicker, 41.37 this afternoon. Renault Clio, Maggie Richards, with the 182 bhp version of the Clio in appropriate French racing blue. And I mentioned this morning that most of our hill climb champions have started their hill climbing career either in something like a Mini or a Renault or a Caterham, and then maybe graduated to not a road going car to a specific track car, and developed right up to having the state-of-the-art Gould GR59 or something like that. But here's Maggie coming towards the finish, 46.58, followed by James Allen McFarlane in this lovely 3.4 litre Porsche Cayman. Centre, middle-engined, of course, not front or rear, but mid-engine. Engine can be developed to produce 600 or 700 horsepower. This one not so extremely modified, but nevertheless a good time of 39.19, 39.19. Zoe in this pretty little MR2, Zoe Sherman. Another great car with which to start hill climbing, have a lot of fun. Oh dear, she has tangled with the bank, and there might be a bit of front near side damage, so red flags are out, and Andrew Wilcox in the Caterham will probably be turned round there at the kink and sent back down the hill. I'm sure Zoe is okay, but the car might have suffered a bit of a ding in the front left-hand corner. Marshals at Shelsley are extremely experienced in dealing with cars that have gone off the road. The training they get is brilliant, and they are careful not to let the driver jump straight out of the car. They say, no, hang on there, keep still, because it has been known that people have done themselves more damage once they jump out of the car and jump around on the road. But I'm sure Zoe's fine. For those of you watching this in other countries on our live stream, let me just tell you a bit more about Shelsley Walsh. It's located in the sort of west central part of the UK, near the city of Worcester, in beautiful countryside. It's one side of a very steep valley called the Team Valley. The River Team flows down the bottom of the valley, and I suppose it's a couple of hours drive from London. It's the oldest motor racing track in the world still in continuous use. The Midland Automobile Club started here in August 1905. Can you believe that? 115 years ago. And the winning car on that occasion was Rupert Instone in a Daimler. And the challenge of in those days, of course, was to get up the hill at all, But Rupert got the Daimler up in, I think, 77 seconds to record the first ever fastest time of day. And occasionally we've had similar Daimlers here doing demonstrations, and they need a tow car, not to tow them up the hill, but to be behind them on the end of a tow rope when they go down the hill, because, of course, 1905, they didn't make terribly effective brakes, and probably what the driver doesn't want to do is set off down the hill and find an absence of brakes. So there's always a Land Rover or a Range Rover behind the Daimler, restraining it, if you like. Before the Second World War, there was very little motor racing in this country. There was Brooklands down near London, near Weybridge, and later nearer in the 30s, of course, Donington was developed. But other than that, there was very little motorsport to watch, apart from hill climbing. Prescott started in 1938, Shelsley in 1905, and people flocked to Shelsley. We had enormous crowds in the 30s. There were special buses laid on from Birmingham, and it's ideal because, as you can see from the steep bank on the left-hand side, the viewing is brilliant, however many people you've got in front of you. Plus, hill climbing, we don't have barbed wire fences or huge debris fences blocking the view and keeping people out. You get a very close view of cars, and what we're looking at the moment, the run up to the bottom S, speeds are simply incredible. I think the fastest recorded speed through bottom S that has been successfully navigated was about 136 miles an hour. And if you stand where that official with his purple what's it called, waistcoat, to stand there and watch cars coming up here at 130 odd is just mind-blowing. And if you get a chance, if you're not in England, if you get a chance when you come on holiday in this country, do fit in a visit to Shelsley Walsh. You will be blown away. The other marked difference between circuit racing or big circuit racing and hill climbing is that, generally speaking, spectators are welcome to come into the paddock. Unfortunately, today, because of COVID-19, we've got separate bubbles, so if people are spectating on the hill, they unfortunately can't come into the paddock. But on a normal day, when all this nonsense is over, you are very welcome into the paddock. Hill climbers, owners and drivers are only too happy to tell you about their car, to maybe pop a child into the driving seat, and it's very informal. Shelsley is an extraordinary mix of highly professional organisation, but a minimum of officialdom and pointing fingers. So it's very relaxed, but it runs like clockwork. And that's a tribute to our organising team, who work extremely hard. And as you would imagine, this is a very special meeting because it's the first meeting in which we've had spectators. We've got members of the Midland Automobile Club who are able to come and spectate today and yesterday. They have to pre-register, so numbers are very limited, but it's great to have spectators back. We've got some social messages. Ready for some hill climb racing with my breakfast here on the flat prairies of Minnesota. Ian Holmes, lovely to hear from you. Enjoy your morning or afternoon here at Shelsley Walsh. Good to be heard round the world. In 5 Minuten geht's los, live Shelsley Walsh Hill Climb. Das ist von Deutschland oder Österreich. That's from Germany or Austria. Lovely to have messages coming in from around the world. It's a real treat. Thanks so much, Shelsley. Fantastic to be able to still support Graham Godfrey, even if we can't be there this year. Sarah Goref, I'm not sure where you're speaking from, Sarah, but thanks anyway. Any more? Nice invite from Shelsley Walsh today. Subarashi Auto Photo. Well, we'll get some fantastic photos. Nice example on the screen, taken from the screen in the car. I'm joined by Toby Moody, who's co-commentating this afternoon. He's busy picking out some nice messages. Another nice one coming. David Duran in a good RG55B during the 2019 Championship Challenge. Shelsley Walsh Motorsport Racing Photography. Adam Bull, thanks a lot. That's great. So we've got a bit of a pause while the MR2 of Zoe Sherman is recovered. It might be, I haven't seen it come down the hill, it might be towed up to the top of the hill and parked in the top paddock until the end of the meeting. Cheers from Finland! Hey, oh, I can't speak Finnish.
Terve.
Si.
Hyvä, I can.
Kippolis, pippolis. Sorry about that, Finland. We're not very good. Robert Lancaster-Gay is asking what's the forecast for this afternoon. The forecast is lots of excitement on the hill, Robert. So while we're having a bit of a break, Toby's going to find a really interesting video which we'll put on the hill. It lasts about 9 minutes. If hill climbing starts, we'll of course cut it short, but in the meantime, I think it's about the history of Shelsley Walsh, some lovely old movie images. Let's have a look at Shelsley in black and white.
Shelsley Walsh Speed Hill Climb in Worcestershire. It's the oldest motorsport venue in the world that has been continuously run on its original course. 115 years we've been driving and celebrating hill climbing at Shelsley with all sorts of different cars, but most of all with a wonderful view, because we're 10 miles west of Worcester in the Team Valley, and it is quite a view indeed. Lots of cars of various different shapes and sizes all compete at Shelsley over the 1,000-yard course that has been the same since those early days. This is a map of the place from the 1930s. The BBC hut positioned at the bottom and in the middle of the S's because it used to be broadcast on the Empire service in those days, going as far afield as to Australia and India. But this was Ernest Instone. He set the very first best time of day in 1905 with the Daimler. He did 77.6 seconds. But soon the record tumbled. The view then very similar to what it is now, except for the fact that maybe the spectators aren't as close nowadays as this Vauxhall 3098 makes its way up through the S's with 4 people on board. Different times indeed. Ingenuity and engineering excellence was certainly very much part of hill climbing then as it is now. Can you imagine driving this to the hill in the 1930s? It was internationally recognised commercially because people got behind the racers who came to Shelsley, including Shell, who celebrated Raymond Mays getting best time of the day in the 1930s. Mays on the left here, with Malcolm Campbell in the middle and Earl Howe on the right-hand side. This is May 1935. Campbell had just set a land speed record at 276 miles an hour, and before the year was out, he would be the first person to break 300 miles an hour. He was competing on that day at Shelsley in his Sunbeam. So it drew the names and it drew the people, including Hans Stuck and the might of Auto Union, who came to Shelsley in June 1936. Stuck on the left-hand side, Horsch in the middle, one of the 4 rings of the Auto Union that, of course, now make up the Audi logo. And Leslie Wilson on the right-hand side, the then secretary at Shelsley, welcomed Stuck to the hill. Also present that day, second from left, was Prince Bera. Then you got Stuck in the white jacket, Mays, Earl Howe, and on the extreme right-hand side, Prince Chula, who, of course, was hand-in-hand with Bera. What a lineup on the day. Stuck, unfortunately, had to try and get to the top of the hill in very difficult wet conditions. Too many horsepowers, he said, but the view then, well, that wooden barn is still there. The view very similar today. That is one of the most famous Shelsley pictures. The number 57 C-Type Auto Union struggling for grip. 550 horsepower? Then, 84 years ago, must have been another world. But we managed to get the Auto Union and Audi tradition back to Shelsley 4 years ago. The guys came over from Germany and they put on a super show with Hans-Joachim Stuck coming over from Austria and driving throughout the weekend the Auto Union and also one of his Trans Am Audis. It was a wonderful step back in time. Some of you will have been there that day. If not, well, we've got lots of pictures for you to enjoy. But going back through Shelsley history, Shelsley had innovations through the 60s with four-wheel drive and a guy called Tony Marsh who won the British Hill Climb Championship 6 times. Then into the 70s, Pilbeam came to the fore. DFV engines trickled down from Formula One. Special tyres trickled down from Formula One. Then into the early 80s, then we had more big fat tyres and open pipes and DFV engines in the back of Pilbeams, and then some slightly smaller engines, 2.5 litre Hearts, 2.8 litre Hearts in the back of some smaller cars with skirts and more advanced aerodynamics. In 1986, Hannu Mikkola came to Shelsley with the Audi Sport Quattro. It was still a current Group B rally car in those days, and he certainly enjoyed his day. He won in July 1986. Sterling Moss has been to Shelsley. He came in the early zeros and he presented Graham White Jr. with a cheque for £1,000 after White Jr. broke the 25-second barrier for the very first time. And into more modern times, it's the Gould concern who build specialist hill climb cars, carbon fibre, specialist engines mounted in the back of them and lots of aerodynamics, and it is therefore a Gould's in the hands of Martin Groves who holds the outright Shelsley record in 22.58 seconds. He is the longest record holder at Shelsley, but that record will be up for grabs. It will go one day. The reigning British Hill Climb champion is also in a Gould, but it's a later model, a GR59. This is Wallace Menges, getting a little bit crossed up through the S's. This has 630 horsepower or so. It really is quite something to see and to listen to. Menzies, the reigning champion. We've also had Formula E car here at Shelsley in the shape of Mitch Evans, who brought the Jaguar here a couple of years ago. And also other cars from around the world of motorsport, whether or not it's Nürburgring, 24 Hours or wherever. We celebrate the winners of the day with a podium at the end of our competitive Sunday. And we've had some fun in the past with Dougie Lampkin being here as well, 12 times a Trials World Champion. Other cars that we see on the hill, smaller single-seaters with motorcycle engines in, are really a great way for people to enter into speed hill climbing economically. Sharing cars is a way forward. Husband and wives, brothers, friends, all chipping in to try and save money. But this is the current Gould GR59 of Sean Gould, designed by himself and his father David. This is his 2020 car, which of course we've yet to see in action. This has a 4-litre V8 Judd in the back of it. It's got 700 horsepower, and this weighs about 420 kilos. The aerodynamics on it are unlimited. No skirts though, but the aero is unlimited, so there's a lot of Formula One stuff on here that they can't use in Formula One, but they can use in hill climbing. Just look at that. It really is doing 150 miles an hour whilst it's standing still. CFD is used in the design of modern hill climb cars as a way of really maximising the aerodynamic possibilities of the cars. This is another model that has been made for Empire. This has got a 1600cc Suzuki engine in the back of it. Huge downforce, huge Venturi, huge tunnel. Other cars that continue to come to Shelsley includes Spider, held the record in the 1920s, and also some modern cars. You can bring your road car. You can even go up in your estate car, a Golf R, for example. Maybe you've got a 250 short wheelbase Ferrari you'd like to bring along. I know one of you's got one out there, haven't you?
Welcome back now to live pictures here from Shelsley Walsh. Thank you very much to Chris Druitt for starting our afternoon action off. Toby Moody now at the base of the hill here at Vaux Villa. After the Toyota MR2 had a little moment, we're going to be back in action with David Fripp and this Fiat Abarth 695cc. Usually a Fiat 500, the original Cinquecento, is a 500cc in capacity and 500 kilograms, but Carlo Abarth, actually called Karl Abarth, he was an Austrian, and he went over the mountains into Italy, and he thought that he would fit in better if his name sounded a little bit more Italian, so he renamed himself Carlo Abarth, and then that is how we know all about Abarth through Carlo Abarth, because he then started to modify and tweak the Fiat Cinquecentos, and a name that still exists today very much with Fiat. This a 1969 original Fiat, but there's quite a lot of modifications to it. 695cc now in capacity with the parallel twin cylinder engine mounted absolutely in the back of this car. You have to take out the rear beam to remove the engine. Gearbox though in front of the engine itself, and making pretty good progress, I have to say, for a car that was launched back in 1955 off the top of my head. All of those years ago back in Italy. David Fripp with the Fiat Abarth making his way up through the S's. This little break that we've just had is advantageous to many people because it's now drying the track out. As you can see, we're now bathed in very, very warm, hot, sticky, muggy sunshine here at the base of the hill as Andrew Wilcox makes his way in towards bottom S. David Fripp with the Fiat did a 54.96. Wilcox with the 1600cc Caterham makes his way out of top S. He's on his way, and so is John Wadsworth with the Mazda MX-5, the 2-litre. Wilcox did a 38.58, 74 miles an hour over the line. John Wadsworth, we saw him leave the start. He's already underneath the crossing commentary position through the speed trap, and he goes through there at 67 miles an hour with the MX-5. Very much a staple way of learning hill climbing. Cheap, you can drive yourself there, you don't need a trailer, it's quick, it's chuckable, and with a few modifications you really can lean on it. So Wadsworth does a time with the Mazda 42.85. Andrew Meredith with the 924 Porsche, the baby 928. They did a limited edition of this 924 in the mid-80s, celebrating Derek Bell's victories at Le Mans with the 944. They put a little Union flag on it, and Andrew Meredith certainly using the finish straight here at Shelsley like the then 3-mile-long Mulsanne straight. Now here's James Dockery in the Subaru STI, 2-litre, flat 4, turbocharged, low centre of gravity. That's why they made them a flat 4. And of course the majority of those Subarus 2-litre, the later ones went to 2.5, and another great car to learn hill climbing with. James Dockery, 76 on S approach, crosses the line past our camera, 37.75 at 78 miles an hour. Simon Dudfield next up, the Lotus Elise, a chassis, an aluminium chassis that was made, bonded together in Worcester, in fact, at the Hydro Aluminium plant. Paul Matty and the Lotus crowd. We had a big group visit there some years ago, and the Lotus Elise and the Lotus Exige, very much part of the Lotus revival over the past 25 years or so. Dudfield gets towards the top of the hill, 40.92. Jonathan Bibby, another Lotus Elise, and Series 1, a bit more rounded in places, not quite so aggressive with the aerodynamic styling of the car. He makes his way out of top S and on his way. Ian Stallard on the hill now with the Lotus Elan. This will be a quick run with this little 1800. Tremendously quick car, and with Ian Stallard having a good run up the hill here today. We will also see Jeff Stallard drive it in a few moments' time, and there's a good little battle between them to see who can go home with the bragging rights of I was fastest up Shelsley Walsh on a Sunday afternoon. Let's watch Stallard cross the line. He does now at a speed of 93 miles an hour, 35.61 seconds. 35.61 seconds for the original Lotus Elan. Very good looking car and a very good looking view, isn't it, down on the valley here at Shelsley Walsh. Thank you, MAC members, for coming along. We put the invite out for you all to come along and enjoy your Shelsley Walsh, and it's a pleasure to have you all here. We've also got many other people watching from further afield, from Tasmania in Australia. Escu157 sending us a note on our YouTube channel. Also a message coming in from the Tregonings down there in Cornwall. Let's have a look at Mike Tregoning. Good luck for another fantastic live stream from Shelsley today. Please wish John Cottrell and Andrew Henson all the best from Cornwall. Stay safe. We can't wait to get back up there to Shelsley Walsh. We look forward to you to seeing you as well. Emil Knievel from Finland. Well, I know what that means. But I'll leave it for you to chuckle away. Kiitos Uva, Uva. Yksi, kaksi, kolme, neljä, viisi, kuusi. And if you can speak Finnish completely, then you have to be able to say onnin poja. Send your messages in through our YouTube channel. Make a comment underneath the live stream that you have been watching. Or make a comment through our Twitter page at Shelsley Walsh. Now, many of you won't have been able to watch Sky F1 because we're here at Shelsley. But I can tell you that after the comments last weekend of Max Verstappen being told to drive slower in his Red Bull Formula One car, and he said to his engineer, if I drive any slower, then I would be driving like my granny. Well, Sandra Tomlin, former ladies record here at Shelsley, is a grandmother, and she's still racing. And she today has had a video broadcast on Sky F1 saying, well, I'm a granny, Max. I'll challenge you to a race, any time, any place, with Max Verstappen. So let's see what happens. Interesting times. I wonder what could happen. Sandra Tomlin still very quick. That'll be a great battle with Max Verstappen. Cars coming back down the hill here at Shelsley though. Bryony Serrell just coming through top S. Philip Serrell around and about down here in the bottom of the paddock. For those of you who follow Philip Serrell on Twitter, he normally does a morning walk, particularly during lockdown. And he puts it up on his Twitter account. Daughter has also been doing some morning walks as she's on her way to the bakery or wherever she may be in the local area. But Philip Serrell has done a walk through the Shelsley Paddock, so have a look at Philip Serrell's Twitter account tomorrow when he's able to upload it. I remind you that we've already had one top 10 runoff here today. A special, fastest of the fastest guys this morning. Alex Summers being quickest, 25.90. But we couldn't do any of this without our partners here at Shelsley, Silverstone Auctions, and also Brand Engineering. Brand Engineering, very much part of one-off pieces that could be created with CNCs and 3D printing. Thank you also to Buildings UK, specialists in metallic structures, particularly in the local area, and also to Global Displays International, based in Droitwich. Many high-level companies use Global Displays at the NEC or worldwide in any exhibition. Global Displays is the place to go. And likewise, Classic Car Auctions, the Everyman Classic Car Auction, is working hand in hand with Silverstone Auctions, and if you are an MAC member, you can consign a car to a classic car auction free of charge as long as you are an MAC member. That is huge value for money. So thank you to Silverstone Auctions, Brand Engineering, Buildings UK, Global Displays and CCA. Thank you for your help ongoing in 2020 during these difficult times. Pete Bottrell now on the line with the Lotus S3. So we turn a page. This is our second batch this afternoon. Pete Bottrell leaves the line in 2.83 seconds. It's absolutely dry. Two huge, great black lines he's left behind underneath the Voxvilla commentary position where I am based. He's already going up towards the top left-hander. Sunshine glinting off that shiny bodywork. And then the perfect Shelsley view as he starts to tip it in to bottom S. Already coming over the drain cover, back into the sunshine out of top S and on his way. Up towards the finish line, and he does cross there at 81 miles an hour, 37.12. John Palmer, Lotus Elise, 111R. Here he is. He's just coming through the kink, the top left-hander in the more modern Elise, 1800cc, rear-wheel drive, very agile, crisp handling, a Targa top essentially, so you've got the sun on those warm days. And Palmer crosses the line at the top of the hill, 38.72. Bryony Milner, we saw her in these first runs. Bryony coming through Kennel, coming through crossing, bang slap middle of the road, and everything is all A-OK for Bryony. We've got many of the ladies driving here today. My quick sort of totting up, 15, 16 ladies driving here today. That's a great number of the girls battling the boys here today. Bryony's on her way. Jeff Stallard leaves the line with this immensely quick light blue, the baby blue Lotus Elan. I told you that there was a great bit of needle between these two drivers. Stallard leans on it through crossing up towards S approach. Goes through S approach at a speed of 70 miles an hour. Ian Stallard, the other driver in this car, did a 35.61. So that's the target for Jeff. 35.61. Let's see what the clock does. 36.57 this afternoon for Jeff Stallard. Lee Carter back now with the Fiat Abarth. This is the 695cc, breathed on, Abarth specification Fiat 500. They made about 6 million of these in their day. A lot of them rotted like pears. There's not that many of them, particularly right-hand drive. But this is a left-hand drive version, which is ideal for that weight balance through bottom S. A little bit different, of course, through top S. But he makes his way towards the top of the hill, and the little Fiat 500 is on his way, and he's about to cross the line. rapidly for a Fiat 500, because in normal road spec they do about 50 miles an hour flat out on the level, but he did 48 over the line, which is a big steep hill. 56.58. David Giddon now with the Lotus 23. What a pretty car. S approach 82 miles an hour. We've got a whole host of the Lotuses coming up now, and they're going to be quick, to say the least. David Giddon is going to cross the line. He does that now. 35.44. Next up, it looks like we've got Brian Meddings, is it? On his way. Yes, it is. Brian Meddings. Already coming into bottom S at 80 miles an hour. Wasn't driving yesterday, is driving today, so he's getting his full quota of runs. Okay, it's a little bit wet this morning, but it's drying out this afternoon. Meddings goes up towards the top of the hill. Sarah Thorne flashes from underneath your picture and away into Kennel and up towards Crossing Bend. Huge battle between Sarah and Malcolm this afternoon. No, it's not Sarah Thorne on track, because I can see Sarah Thorne in the paddock. So this is it Clive? Buffy? Believe it may be. In the meantime, this is June Matty leaving the line in the Lotus 69. Had a big problem with the engine last weekend. Had to take the head off, start again, dropped a valve it did. They got everything all sorted, and then there was some suspension problems, so they had to, I believe, sort those out. So June is actually running in this engine here today, and by the end of the day it will have been run in to the tune of 4 ascents of Shelsley Walsh. June Matty uses all of the road on the exit out of top S. She is going up towards the top of the hill. June breaks the beam, and she does it now. 37.2, 37.20. Soon to be followed up by husband Paul. Oh, little bit fluffy, doesn't sound quite right. It might get on song, though, when it gets towards the Crossing Bend. Paul Maddy Sports Cars, of course, being a supporter of Shelsley for now well over 35 years. And great to see he and June still coming here to race and still supporting the hill and helping us out with the sponsorship of the signs that we've put up around Shelsley to enable people to be aware of social distancing. Sarah Thorne, here she is on the line with the Lotus FJ20 1600cc engine. She'll be getting ready to see what time she can do. She's going to let the clutch in a minute. Bang slap middle of the road, but actually in the shadow of the Dutch barn to her left-hand side. Car number 179. Waiting for the green light. And she leaves the line. Not too many revs, but it's a nice clean start, and she does it in 2.9 seconds. Changes up to third gear after Kennel Bend, going up towards Crossing. Very competitive, Sarah. I learned last night, she told me that as a junior runner on the athletics track, she was third in the country. So the competitive spirit has always been there all of her life. Here she is now channeling it through a Lotus here at Shelsley Walsh. She is going towards the top of the hill. She will break the beam at 35.49, 35.49, 94 miles an hour. Malcolm Thorne, husband of Sarah. Oh, yeah, he's a little bit quicker at Kennel. He's a little bit quicker at Crossing, so the bragging rights might be 1-1 by the time we get to the end of the weekend, because Sarah was quickest yesterday. Malcolm already out of top S. Nice tight line. Gives himself lots of space on the exit of top S. Time to beat of Sarah's, as it were, was a 35.4. Malcolm does a 33.41. Anthony Shute. This will be a quick run with a Lotus 69. Always committed. Former Lotus test driver. S approach 94 miles an hour for him as he leans on it into the left and through the right. He is the last car in this batch, so we'll follow him all the way up to the top of the hill. Good time, 32.01, 32.01, just a 900th of a second faster than Tony Wallen, who we saw a moment ago in the Lotus 69 Formula 3. So, yeah, a close run thing between those two drivers there. Well done to all of the the Paul Matty class there, and thank you once more for coming and supporting Shelsley Walsh. We do have our entries still open for the bank holiday weekend on August the 29th and August the 30th. We have our tin top 10 on the Saturday the 29th, so no single seaters allowed in that runoff. So as long as you've got a roof and you're quick and you're in some of the fastest 10 cars, then you'll have an extra run and you can be part of a Shelsley runoff, potentially for the very first time. We've got a busy entry the day after on August the 30th. We've got another new meeting on September the 12th and 13th, the Harvest Festival. And then our autumn finale, our regular autumn Shelsley, on the 19th and the 20th of September to finish off the season. So we are putting 6 full competitive weekends into our late starting summer here at Shelsley. 6 weekends over and above the 7 that we would have normally had in a normal year. So we've pulled together and we've tried hard and we've made it as available as possible for people to come and compete. As John and Chris had mentioned earlier, we've got our Midland Automobile Club members here this weekend, and stay tuned to see what we can do for spectators in a fortnight's time. Just keep across your email, keep across the social media channels for Shelsley, and let's keep our fingers crossed for spectators in a fortnight's time. Okay, cars coming back down the hill here at Shelsley. Send us your messages from wherever you are around the world. And this is part of the world that I've been to, but we haven't had a message before into our Shelsley channel. Adam Henderson's watching from Qatar, missing home and enjoying watching the race to the summit. Not too many hills out there, are there, Adam? You may well be in Doha or on the outskirts, and it'll be very, very warm indeed there at the moment. So hello to Qatar. We've also got Lulu Tupu, who's watching from France. Bonjour, ça va? Un bel jour, mon ami. Another message from David James, not that David James, but he says that he attended Shelsley Walsh hill climbs once, but he still can remember the smell. It lives with him to this day. Yes, that sort of automotive paddock smell that we've got. Message here from Gareth George. He's got 2 screens, watching the Formula 1 Grand Prix and cheering on Danny Ricciardo, and the other one watching Shelsley Walsh because he's watching from Perth, Western Australia. Watching from Australia. Do make a comment on our social channels, and hashtag Shelsley Walsh on Instagram or Twitter. It's quite simple, at Shelsley Walsh being the username. Next car coming to the line, next batch in short order, we're moving on. This is David Meek with the MX-5 Sport, one of the later iterations of the Mazda MX-5. I was talking about the Mazdas with Hugh Chambers, the CEO of Motorsport UK, who has been here today. And we were talking about these Mazda MX-5s, and he said he was working for the advertising agency when the Mazda MX-5 got launched, and he went to Japan to look at the car, and he said to the engineers, well, why don't you give it more power? And they said, no, you want to use all of the power rather than turn it into something that is maybe a little bit harder to drive because it's a bit leery. So you can use every single one of those horsepowers, not just some of them. David Meek gets to the top of the hill, 39.83. Dave Warner now on the line with the Renault RS Clio. I've never driven one of these, but apparently they are enormous fun. Absolute grin central that these are, together with those Megane RSs. All you do is laugh your way around the B roads and the islands of the British highways, as Dave Warner makes 2.88 for the first 64 feet. Drying track, as you can see, for these runners and riders. Got a fair old stomp on as he goes through the speed trap at a speed of 75 miles an hour. Into the S's, not quite three-wheeling it into the left-hander. He can afford to take the drain cover because he's got quite a bit of suspension travel, and over the line he'll be going soon. Tony Adams with the Lotus Elise, PR man, chasing Dave Warner's 38.39. Adams, nice tight line through the crossing bend, keeping the momentum bang slap middle of the road at 87 miles an hour, tramping on that for a road car. Already through top S, and Adams on his way with the Elise. Huge smiles. Richard Brandt now chases Adams up the hill. Adams' time 34.81. Richard Brandt with another Renault Clio. Maybe a bit of an earlier iteration of it. Let's compare it with Warner. He's 2 tenths quicker off the line. He is nearly 2 seconds quicker to crossing. And he is 11 miles an hour faster at bottom S than the black Renault Clio we saw a moment ago. Look at him, really attacking it, really aggressive turn into top S for Richard Brandt, as he'll be revving the car over the line. Papa, Nicole, Vavavoom, 34.95. 34.95. Ross McDonald's on his way now with the Porsche 911. 3.3 litres of the flat engine, Metzger engine in the back of this. 85 miles an hour on S approach, all good for him. Nice and neat and tidy. Yep, we had Josh Sadler here yesterday. Josh Sadler, the 1982 Midland Hill Climb champion. He had an RS, and he's playing around with a Bitzer RSR at the moment. Josh Sadler, the man who started Autofarm, the sort of original go-to place for Porsches. The Porsche does a time of 35.24. Here's Stephen Mogg with the Griffith, growling his 8 cylinders up behind the flat 6 of the Porsche. Regular visitor to Shelsley this year with the TVR Griffith, and a welcome visitor at that. 5 litres of V8, exits the top S, and he makes his way towards the top. He'll be crossing the line soon, and he does cross the line, 38.61. John Pick now with this AMS Mataya 2-litre turbocharged engine mounted in the front of this, and it's rapid. Never seen one before, but it is immensely rapid. 2.18 for the first 64 feet, just shows you how quick it is. Whistles and pops and whines and whirs, and he'll be followed up by Andy Fraser with the Aston Martin Vantage, 4.3 litres of growling V8, the GT4 specification, the Painter Fraser car. They've still got the other one still in the garage, the one with the red and grey stripes down the side. So pick your GT4. Oh, understeer. Oh, no. Had a bit of a slapper on. Nearly had the bank jump out and hit him, but he managed to get away with it. That was a bit of a moment on a slippery surface. 34.71. Nigel Elliott better take note, but of course he won't have seen that in his TR7 V8. This is a huge handful. 4.7 V8 turbocharged on slicks. Huge power from the engine that he's got underneath his right foot. 89 miles an hour. It'll be a little slippery here. Careful, caress that throttle. Gives it a bootful when it's in a straight line, and away he goes towards the top of the hill. Nigel Elliott with the TR7, 32.79, 108 miles an hour over the line. Quick. Paul Howells next up here at Shelsley Walsh. Howells with the 911 3.8, the RSR, already in second. Third gear before Kennel Bend. He was in second gear before the commentary box here at Vox Villa. All the weight over the rear of the car. 2.04 for the first 64 feet. He's on a huge run. 85 on S approach, takes a tight line into the bottom S. That won't help him with the swoosh of speed that he needs to take through the bottom S, but he holds it all together, cautious with the slightly damp conditions. Howells rushes towards the top of the hill, 31.71. Another quick starter is this other Porsche 911. This is Helen Evans, 2.33 for the first 64 feet. As she guides it nicely through crossing, has time to settle herself before the top left-hander. She goes through there at 72 miles an hour. Into the S's, careful, careful. And it is just that for Helen. She gets it all sorted. She's all okay. She's in a straight line. She's back into the sunshine. And she can only see the finish line in front of her, and she'll be crossing that in 38.29. Richard Price now with the 1400cc motorcycle engine Caterham 7. This will be quick. 2.1 for the first 64 feet. Howls past our crossing camera. Goes up towards the top left-hander through there. 97 miles an hour. Quick run. Chucks it into the S's, has a moment, he's all arms and elbows. He's swatting flies in there, has another opposite lock moment and then a wiggle out of top S, gets it all sorted, and he crosses the line now, 31.17. 31.17, 100 miles an hour over the line. Darren Gumley now on the line with the Radical 1500cc motorcycle engine car, sharing it Paul Jones here this weekend. Drove it for the very first time here at Shelsley yesterday. 2.18 for the first 64 feet, but Gummers has been used to single-seaters in the 1100 and the 1600 class with a Force, an Empire, and back now in another Force and back into a Radical at the moment. But he's taking it steady. Got to just find out where the grip is, see what it's like. Comes out of the S's, and he'll get to the top of the hill. This will be a quick run, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by your beds. Adam Greenan with the Empire Evo. Flat all the way. 2.08 for the first 64 feet. Rockets past our camera at Crossing Bend. Through the top left-hander at 107 miles an hour. It's a 1000cc Suzuki motorcycle engine. Power in the back of this, hangs the back out just a little, just enough as he comes out of top S, crosses the finish, 27.35, 104 miles an hour, 27.35. Greenham Andy was in the runoff earlier with a 27.8, so it's getting quicker. Next up, it's former Midland Hill Climb champion Mark Lawrence. He's sharing this car with Harry Pick. It's a 1000cc OMS. He was in the runoff at the end of this morning's runs, and he'll be gunning to see if he can get in the runoff at the end of the day here today. Through S approach, 105 miles an hour, jabbing at the throttle, gives it a big handful of opposite lock as he comes out of top S, crosses the line, 28.25, 106 miles an hour, 28.25, 106 over the line. Mark Lawrence in the runoff did a 29.47, so he's automatically 3/4 of a second quicker this afternoon than that runoff we had at lunchtime. Nicola Dearden with the Van Diemen, 1600. She's building with her experience and building with her confidence in the racing cars here at Shelsley. 77 on S approach. That's super tidy, super quick for the car that she's got. Gives herself lots of space at top S. That is all hunky-dory. And she gets to the top of the hill. Alan Warburton now on the line with the Gould GR59, 1600cc car. Gives it a little bit of a lift for Kennel, and he's back on the power immediately as he comes up towards crossing. He was in the runoff this morning, and he did a 28.33. He's 111 on S approach here this afternoon. He'll be looking to see if he can nudge into the 27s now that the track is just a little bit quicker. Surely going to be doing that, and indeed he does. 27.35, 112 miles an hour when he crossed the finish line at the top of the 1,000 yards of Shelsley Walsh. That is the end of a batch here at Shelsley Walsh. We've got another batch coming up soon, but we've got other people watching from further afield. Graham Freeth watching his favourite hill climb all the way from Moscow. Is that what you said when you left Worcestershire? Moscow? And you ended up in Moscow. All jokes are the best, I'm afraid, Graham. I'm sure you've heard them many a time from your friends and family if you've been working out there for many a time. So, yeah, good to have you watching. and good to have you experiencing Shelsley from maybe further afield. That's the end of a batch for a moment. Chris Druitt will come and do the next batch, but in the meantime, let's just have a look at the views of our little special video of Shelsley Walsh.
You've never seen anything like it. Back into the road coming out of Caterham. Round the top of the left Paddock. What's the car driving?
Absolutely wonderful, and Junior's lost none of his style. Let's approach 124.
And as I said a moment ago, we're back in business here at Chelsea.
Thanks, Toby. Here we go again. Cars are coming down to the paddock at Shelsley Walsh. Thanks for joining us. We've had some lovely messages from all around the world, including Starport on 7. Hello from France, Lulu Tupu. Hello from Qatar. Wow. Watching from Perth, Australia. And an MAC member watching at Newton Abbot. Well, that's quite a long way away. Any news of Zoe? I think she's fine. Zoe in the MR2 had a slight nudge of the back at top S. I think car might have suffered a bit, but I think Zoe's okay. So, traditional picture on the screen of our start line marshals who tell me they're nice and warm, they're warm enough. And we're waiting for our next batch of cars. We had David Warburton in the Gould GR59. So I think next up is a Caterham, and it's a green one. It's Tom Price in the Caterham with the Hayabusa engine. Interesting development in recent years. People have taken out the 2-litre Vauxhall or whatever was in their Caterham and replaced it with a bike engine of 1400cc, very light of course, bike gearbox, and my goodness, they're quick. So let's see what Tom can do. 2.03 for 64 feet is incredibly quick. That's a really good start. So he chucks it into crossing, nice tight line through crossing, rapidly round the kink and through the speed trap at 99 miles an hour into bottom S. Good run this. I hope I haven't put the commentator's curse on it, but he knows neatly out of top S and up to the finishing line, crosses at 101 with a time of 30.27. Good run. Well done, Tom. 30.27. On the line, Andrew Burt in this almost unique, well, there were 10 of them. This is the rear-engine Mallock Mark 32. Mallock, as enthusiasts will know, made lots of Clubman's cars front engine, mostly with pushrod Ford engines. They made 10 Mark 32s, of which this is one. Only 9 remain. One, I think, caught fire somewhere. And Andrew found this one in Sweden. It had raced and sprinted in Sweden and has had it for a year or two. It's got a Vauxhall engine in the back. Did a 41.8 on this morning's run when it was pretty wet, so this should be in the low 30s. Well, 36.87. 36.87. Pretty good. Now then, Graham Lokes, well-known hill climber in a well-known car. This is the Lola T492, built originally as a Sports 2000 car, but now with a flat 6 3.2-litre Porsche engine, as you can hear probably from the noise of it, that lovely Porsche growl. And Graham has hill climbed this car for a number of years with great success, has a lot of fun, and into the bottom S at 84, which is pretty quick. Tightish line through top S and away, up a couple of gears to max out at 98 and 33.16. Good run. 33.16. Now then, not a new shape on the circuits. Radicals have been racing for some time, but radicals are now beginning to come into hill climbing. And here's Paul Jones in his 1500cc Radical SR3. Probably have to modify the suspension a bit. With hill climbing you need softer, longer travel suspension. Nevertheless, it's 91 into bottom S, heavy braking, and then gets it over to the left before lining it up for top S. And this will be a low 30s. It is with a 32.1. Great, 32.1, more than 5 seconds quicker than this morning's run. Now, Tim Painter in the Aston Martin Vantage GT4, built by ProDrive for international GT4 racing. Maybe the door open for a bit of air conditioning. Dual clutch, semi-automatic, well, automatic gearbox, left-hand drive, they all were, which doesn't really matter on the hills. It's no great advantage to be right or left-hand drive. Lovely V8 sound, hurls it off the line in 2.68, and a couple of gears and then round Kennel Bend. Grits the teeth through crossing without a lift, as far as I could tell from the sound, quickly through the kick, and now heavy-ish braking for bottom S at 82. Middle of the road, avoids the drain cover, and Aston Martin's itself up towards the finishing line. Plenty of grunt there, brings him over the line at 95 for a 34.25. 34.25. Now, this amazing supercharged Porsche Carrera with the 3.3-litre flat 6 engine, air-cooled of course, it's a fairly early 911. Wonderful traction off the line. 2.03 is very nearly 1 G of acceleration. Andrew knows this car and knows the track like the back of his hand, and so he knows exactly the line to take and the speed to take. Again, the traction really helps out of the S's. Will it be 100 miles an hour over the line? Let's see. It will be exactly 100. How about that for guessing? 32.21. 32.21. Single-seaters, Andy Greenan in the Empire Evo. Typical of these new makes of hill climb cars. Ultralight, bike engine, fantastic power to weight ratio, and 106 into bottom S. Nice neat line, Andy, through the S's. You can gain so much time if you really get the S's right. 105 over the line, 26.72. Will that get him into the runoff? We shall see. Clive Austin comes to the line. Clive let me drive his McLaren up Prescott last year. That was a treat. I like his helmet. A Mohican helmet. 2.29 for the start. 1 gear change before kennel. Slightly wide at crossing, but that's okay. And it is 102 into bottom S. S sector 18.05 is pretty good. Clive has had this car for a couple of years, really getting into it. 28.62. 28.62. It's again 5 seconds quicker than his morning run. Harry Pick is quick in this OMS 3000M. Unusual OMS with that air intake in the nose cone. 1100 cc. Hayabusa would it be? Wow. Harry is not wasting time at 106 bottom S. S sector 17. Oops. I had a horrible feeling he had to lift around the top S, but he's still going well. 107 and 27.49. That just might keep him out of the runoff. Debbie Dunbar. Debbie had a slight whoopsie on her first run and had a neat little spin at the top S, just slightly tweaked the front wing, went home and got the spare, and everything is fine. Nice dry track for Debbie to really stretch its legs. S time 18.3 is good. And Debbie will be under 30 seconds. She will, with a 29-second dead. Great run. Now then, it'll be, I think, Lynn Owen. Is this Lynn? 787? It is Lynn Owen, Mrs. OMS. Steve builds these cars up in Yorkshire, has built, well, many more than 100, and you can have your OMS either as space frame chassis or a full carbon tub. This one I think has the full carbon tub. Lynn's into bottom S at 93. Now it's foot flat on the floor. It's a 2.7 litre engine, so there's plenty of grunt there. Takes her over the line at 121 to achieve a 30.45. Bernard Kevel is quick in this similar OMS with 2.6 litre. I think it's a PowerTech engine. It's not so much ultimate power in hill climbing as low down grunt torque. which is why the 4-litre Judds are so effective. 17.29 through the S's, that's quick. Bernard should be in the runoff if he opts to run with a 27.49. Who have we got now? We have got Lindsay Summers in the DJ Firestorm to be driven by her son Alex, hill climb champion a couple of years ago. Brilliant start by Lindsay, 2.05 for 64 feet, nearly 1 G of acceleration, and into the approach to the S's at 93. So fairly early braking. Often actually it pays to lift off a bit early for bottom S, get the line just right and accelerate through. But actually it's cost her a second or so in the S's, 30.24 for Lindsay. And then I think the final runner in this batch will be Amanda George. What more is there to say about this lovely Chevron B19 with its original Cosworth FVC engine? Spent a lot of time in Switzerland with the Eggenberger team doing Swiss hill climbs. And Amanda and her dad, Richard, have had this for many, many years. And always immaculately prepared and immaculately driven. But it's a family battle between Amanda and George. They're very much on even terms in terms of time. So Amanda, 34.46, 34.46 brings that batch to an end. No, it doesn't. We got the Pringett Mistral. This is Les Buck in the Pringett. He must have missed, maybe had a problem and didn't, so he's running slightly out of sequence. Mr. Pringett made, I think, 14 of these cars for Formula Ford. There aren't many left. In fact, this might be the only one left. But Les has competed in this car for many years. I don't know if it's on a standard Formula Ford engine or whether it's much modified, but anyway, his time is a 37.79. Good improvement on this morning's run. But here's Andrew Henson, another Formula Ford in the 1991 Van Diemen. Lovely wide track. Andrew has competed in all sorts of cars for many years. Comes down from, I think, Yorkshire. Chucks the Van Diemen into the S's at 84. Middle of the road and over the drain cover between the S's. No dramas. Middle of the road. And a time, a good time, 34.89. That's not bad at all for a Formula Ford. Rob Anscombe in the OMS Hornet. Little OMS, 1340cc bike engine. '89 into the S's. Goes slightly wide round both the S's, but no dramas. And now couple of gear changes, and then crosses the line with a 32.33. 32.33, speed of 96. He's followed by John Stockley in the Force. Force, a relative newcomer, building cars for hill climbing, achieving great success. 1600cc bike engine, 2.41 for 64 feet is pretty good. So it's bone dry and long may it stay that way. It's still nice and bright. Can't see any threatening clouds approaching the Team Valley. I hope you're enjoying this, watching what is pretty much a unique British sport of hill climbing up fairly short tracks. Hill climbing in Europe, of course, is up a mountain, tends to be 10 kilometers or more. Now David Warburton in the amazing Gould GR59. We've got three of them, I think three of them here today, and they are revolutionary, both in terms of construction and aerodynamics. Brilliantly, beautifully built. And David Warburton and his dad Alan have had this car for a couple of years. I think this is the start of their third season. 26.2. That'll, I'm pretty sure, get David into the runoff. .26.2. Well, times in the first runoff just before lunch, that would have put him in second place, I think. But of course, the track probably is a lot drier than it was then. Okay, end of a batch. We have a bit of a pause, a bit of silence or quietness, while those cars return to the paddock. Competing here at Shelsley is great fun, gossiping with your mates up in the top paddock, and then returning down the hill, waving to your friends among the spectators. It's a real treat. Caught a glimpse in that video of Dougie Lamkin, who is just a genius on two wheels, and he came here a couple of years ago and was doing wheelies and reverse wheelies and just about everything up and down the banks, in and out of the spectators. It was brilliant. Roy Salvadori, great racing driver, used to say, give me Goodwood on a sunny day and you keep the rest of the world. Well, I think the same applies to Shelsley Walsh. It's such a lovely location. My wife calls it nursery rhyme book landscape. You know what books of colouring books of nursery rhymes, they always have little up and down hills with tractors climbing up and down them, and lots of trees and birds and things, and that's exactly what the Team Valley is like. It's just lovely. So we've got some messages. Andrew Longdon is watching from Quorn. Good luck to the Georges. Well, the Georges we've just seen in the Chevron had two nice runs. Nice message from Eddie Walder, who was commentating, who always commentates here, was indeed commentating from his home at the last meeting. In Bernard Kevill's OMS, that's the 2.6 litre one, it's a TKD V8 based on a Hayabusa. That's TKD is Terry Davis, who builds V8s from a couple of bike engines, and that's what Bernard Kevill has got in his OMS. Richard Young has sent a message from an oil tanker offshore Perth in Western Australia supporting Rob Anscombe. Well, Rob has just done a 32.33 in his OMS Hornet. So, Richard, thanks for that. Commentary volume is a little low. I'll try and talk a bit louder. Maybe you need to turn your knob up to 11, as it were. I think I could have expressed that better. Will there be more live streaming of the hill climbs this year? Adrian asks from Jersey. Yes, there will. And indeed, next Saturday, there is live streaming from Prescott hill climbing. So that'll be fun to look into. Graham Freeth sends us a nice message. Good to see my favourite hill climb all the way from Moscow. Graham, thanks for that. Good to know that we've got fans in Russia. Our batch has returned down the hill, so pretty soon we will have action on the track again. Cars are lining up at the exit to the paddock. Nice paddock scene of the cars that have returned back down the hill, going back into their sheds at the bottom of the paddock. And we're coming towards the last batch of class runs up the hill, and then we will get a message of the 10 runners in our final runoff. I explained before, maybe if you just switched on, normally in championship hill climbing in this country, we have class runs before lunch, and at the end of the pre-lunch class runs, the fastest 12 cars registered for the hill climb championship have a runoff, and they score championship points. The same thing happens in the afternoon, class runs, and then another runoff. And I think there are 26 rounds of the British Hill Climb Championship in a normal year. Tragically, of course, this year, the whole British Hill Climb Championship had to be scrubbed because of coronavirus, which is a shame, but it's the same for all of us. But here at this meeting at Shelsley, because it's a special meeting, limited spectators, we've decided to have 2 runoffs for only the 10 fastest cars. And our first runoff was won by Alex Summers with a time of 25.9, followed by Trevor Willis with 26.69, and then Sean Gould with a 26.85. Sean is trying all sorts of new parts on his Gould, using this meeting as a bit of a testing session, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sean Gould puts one over the rest and gets quickest in the second runoff. We shall see. In the meantime, we have a car coming to the line, which I suspect is Charles Williams in the Pilbeam MP87. Charles has been hill climbing for a long time. I competed against him in the same 2-litre class for many years. This car is for sale, so if you're looking for a nice, easy to run, rapid hill climb car, talk nicely to Charles about acquiring his Pilbeam MP87, and here's a chance to preview it by watching it going up Shelsley. Charles, 2.29 off the start. It's got a Vauxhall 2-litre engine. And although it might not be as quick as some of the tiny bike engine cars nowadays, you could still be pretty competitive and have lots of fun driving a 2-litre racing car up Shelsley. I did so for many years, and it is brilliant. 32.24 for Charles, 32.24 and 108 over the line, which means that Vauxhall engine is producing 250, 260 horsepower. Here's another car that's for sale. John Cottrell's Pilbeam MP82, slightly older than the 87 of Charles. John usually shares the drive with his wife Nikki, but today it's just John driving it. They shared a car in the Paul Matty Championship for Lotus cars for many years, and then decided to go single-seater. He went into the bottom S at 86, and this will be in the sort of 33 mark. 32.35, 32.35. Lee Griffiths is quick in this car. It's an OMS 25, that space frame car, I think with the 1600 engine, but it's still a bike engine, bored out to 1660. Eddie is listening, he'll put me right if I'm wrong. But it's 107 into bottom S, which is respectable, and an S passage in 18.05, which is good. It'll be under 30 seconds. It is, it's 28.02. Great run by Lee. Probably won't get him into top 10 runoff. Lots of tyre warming up to the start line by Kelvin Broad in the Force TA. This is the one with a supercharged 1300cc bike engine. Good start, 2.09 from Kelvin. Hurls it through Kennel. Famous hill climb champion Roy Lane used to say that Kennel, the first left-hander, is the key to a fast run up Shelsley. I think he's right. This is fast, 106 into bottom S, and through the S's at 17.81. This will be in the 28. It is 28.14. Nice one from Kelvin Broad. Speed 112. Let's see if we can get a finishing line speed in the 140s today. That would be a thrill. This is Steve Owen. We saw Lynn in this car just now. The OMS 28, 2.7 litre V8 in the back. Beautifully electronic launch control off the start gives him a 2.14 up to the 64-foot line. Steve not only builds them, he drives them beautifully. 110 bottom S. Squealy tyres and a bit of tail hanging out top S, so he's giving it everything. 17.46 through the S's. 27.79. 27.79 Steve Owen. Might just get him into top S. What was his speed over the line? 122. '88 is Simon Andrews in a similar OMS 28. Simon did a 33.55 on a damp track, so I'd expect a sort of 26.27, 2.07 start. Brilliant. Excellent. It's not easy to get a racing car off the line neatly and quickly. Nice again through crossing, hugging the left-hand bend. Hardly a lift at the kink, and 111 into S's. Absolutely the right line through the S's, slightly wide at the top. 2 more gears, and then 117 miles an hour over the line for a 27.26. 27.26. Now then, Sean Gould, who's the record holder at Prescott Hill Climb, won this meeting last weekend in the amazing Gould GR59 with its 4-litre Cosworth XD engine, the sort of engine that powered LMP2 cars at Le Mans. It's amazing. It's a 4-litre engine, but it's tiny and not heavy at all, lightweight. So the whole thing weighs, what, 450 kilos, produces something getting on for 700 horsepower. So power to weight ratio. Well, that was Sean going over 100 miles an hour into Kennel Bend. Just mind-blowing. Now then, S approach, 120, 124. And the grip and the road holding to decelerate and chuck it into bottom S from 124 is just amazing. 23.85 for Sean, 23.85. By some margin, fastest run today. Brilliant. Now then, what can Trevor do? Trevor, multiple hill climb champion. Car aerodynamically probably not as extreme as the GR59, but Trevor has been developing this car for 8 or 9 years. 3.2 litre PowerTech engine. 125 into bottom S. 1 mile an hour quicker than Sean. Nice tight line through the top S. Trevor is a brilliant driver and demonstrated with a 24.52. 24.52. So certainly into runoff, maybe containing himself for the runoff, but second place overall. Now then. Alex Summers, DJ Firestorm, with its newly fitted 2.7 litre V8. Now into bottom S, 109, so he's taking it a little bit easy. Now he puts the power down, masses of power, but actually a 26.33, so Alex backing off a bit. Does that mean he's preserving it for preserving the tyres for the runoff? Well, we'll see. Someone sent us a message giving good wishes to the Georges. Well, here's one of them. Here's Richard in the Chevron B19. Sounded as if there was a little bit of clutch slip, but I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Got its original Cosworth FVC engine. Approaches the S is at 82. Richard did a 40.11. So probably this about 34, 35. No, 36 maybe. Yeah, 35.81. 35.81, but 94 over the line. Last runner in this batch, and then we have our runoff, is Simon Durling in this pretty little Alpine A110, the sort of car that really monstered the European Rally Championship in the 70s. Looks featherweight, but actually tough as old boots. It's still smoking, but gradually less, I think. The engine's been rebuilt. Maybe the piston rings are just bedding in. But you certainly know where Simon has been. Just follow the smoke. Highly experienced hill climber in all sorts of cars. Took up circuit racing a few years ago in Formula Junior, historic Formula Junior, and unfortunately had a nasty accident at Alton Park last year. He was okay. Car is being rebuilt. 40 seconds exactly for Simon, 40 seconds. But what a pretty little car. End of our class runs for the day, I think, yes. So that lot will come back to the paddock. I can see some cars lining up at the exit to the paddock. No, the good news is we've got 2 more batches of class runs. These are the people who've only entered for today. They weren't here yesterday. So batches 1 and 2, which is why the car at the front of the queue at the exit to the paddock is Paul Howard in the MGF. We are very lucky. There was a fear that we were going to have a very wet afternoon and thunderstorms, but keep your fingers crossed, touch wood and everything else, that we're going to have a nice sunny afternoon. I was saying earlier this morning that if you look at movies or still photographs, black and white photographs of Shelsley in the 20s, 30s, in fact into the 40s, it always seemed to be raining and everyone was standing around in their Macintoshes. It seemed to be traditional, but in recent years, luckily, we've had some glorious days here at Shelsley Walsh. Now I'm in trouble. I said Andrew Henson was a Yorkshireman, and I'm for the chop. He's from Rochdale, which is the other side of the Pennines, so he's a Lancastrian. Andrew, I grovel and apologise. Matt Tenpenny, I'm not sure where you're messaging from, Matt, but what a compliment. The live feed is brilliant, commentary is great and very informative for people like myself who are watching for the first time. A lot of people, particularly in this country and maybe all over the world, have no real idea what hill climbing is. You say, I'm into car hill climbing, they think it's bumping up a muddy hill, which of course is a different sport altogether. That's sporting trials. Hill climbs, it's about getting from the bottom to the top as quick as you can. And Lulu Tupu quite rightly says we have a lot of hill climbs in France, and they are lovely, particularly some really lovely long ones up alpine passes. It's a different sport, really. But every year, in normal years, there's what's called the Masters Hill Climb, which is an international hill climb, takes place somewhere in Europe. Last year it was in Italy, where the top hill climbers from all over Europe come together, and it's really interesting to see the difference in design and philosophy between the people on the European mainland and us Brits, because the cars are very different, and we always think we're going to go over there and clean up, but we don't. They are very, very quick. Here's the MGF of Paul Howard. And I keep repeating this. Nice way to start hill climbing by an MGF or Renault Clio. They're not expensive. Hill climbing isn't expensive. It's nothing like as expensive as circuit racing, and it's a garden party as well. Everyone is friendly. Paul did a 45.21 on his first class run. 61 is respectable into bottom S in an MGF. There's not huge power there, probably, what, 130 horsepower or something. Maybe if it's unmodified, it's 110 or so. Mid-engine, same engine as the Lotus Elise has, and MG sold a lot of those. And then for a while they were built in China and assembled here. Now then, Alex Bones. Someone has messaged about Alex. Good luck, Alex Bones, on his first ever hill climb weekend. His S3 is still in development. Well, it's developing into a very quick car, and I hope Alex is really enjoying his first hill climb meeting. Certainly makes a lovely noise. So Alex Bones in the S3 records a 35.84, respectable for your first experience of Shelsley. He's followed by another Audi, the TT of Anthony Brown, turbocharged, 1800cc. Is it the 225 horsepower version? Probably. Hard top, to be followed by another one with a soft top. So Anthony records a time of 35.75, 37.75. Slightly quicker than his first class run, which again was dry. Graham Godfrey in a similar car, earlier won a Mark 1 and with the drop top, but for aerodynamic reasons he keeps the roof up for hill climbing. Surprising what a difference aerodynamically it makes when you drop the hood. Now this is a Mitsubishi Evo. On the screen it says Simon Tarling in a Porsche, but I think it's Stephen Moore in a Mitsubishi Evo, the fearsome Evo 6, four-wheel drive, turbocharged, masses of power, which takes him over the line to record at 32.24. That's good, 32.24. Oliver Wright in the Westfield, 1600, probably Ford engine. Eddie Walder, a message which I'll talk about later on. But in the meantime, Oliver Wright into the bottom S in his Westfield SEW, W for wide, a slightly wider chassis than the original Westfields. Gets to the top, and his time is 47.1, 47.1. John Goodred's is a quicker car. It's a Caterham 7 Super Sport with a 2-litre. Don't think it's a Vauxhall. Massive roll cage, as the racing Caterhams all have, which is sensible. It's not pretty, but it's sensible in case you tip the thing up. Someone who needs to be nameless because he could be in trouble is watching the Formula One and saying pretty boring event, live stream much better entertainment. Well, thank you, but don't tell Formula One, you might get lynched. John Goodred's round top S. Did a 33.47 first. Was it, or was it? No, 38.47, now 36.95, so good improvement there, 36.95. On the hill, a lime green Audi TT in the hands of Eamon Collins. I was going to say Kermit the Frog, but that wouldn't be fair. Massive wing on the back, keeping it planted through top S. He's followed by one of my favourite cars, you'll see it in a second, the Audi 40.15. Here's Jim Collins in this unlikely marriage between Porsche and VW with a Beetle with a 2.7 litre Porsche engine in the back. How Jim has got the handling as good as it is, I don't know, but he's very clever. It must be such fun on the road because people say, oh, Beetle, and off he goes. Jim's time, 38.95, followed by Robin Nicholson, you'll see, just disappearing around Kennel, coming up towards crossing in this classic Malak Mark 20 that's been hill climbed by a number of people, Jim Robinson in particular. But Robin, 33.04, good time, 33.04. Slightly quicker than his first class run. Now here's David Strange in this very pretty Crossley 9S. typical of the Crossleys that competed against the Elva Mark 7s and the Lotus 23s in the 60s, and then Crossley built a run of continuation ones, of which this is one. Got a 2-litre, I'm not sure if it's it isn't a BMW engine, I don't think, in the back. Probably a Vauxhall. But he's having fun. And he's having quick fun as well, because it's a 35.53. 35.53. Single-seaters again. Nigel Pitt in the OMS with the 1100cc bike engine. And Nigel into bottom S at 98 miles an hour. Sounded as if he was sorting the gears out a bit into top S, but he's hustling along. 30.89 is quicker than his second run, 30.89, so that's okay. And he's followed by Bryony Serrell. Bryony really enjoying this lovely Elva Mark 7. You've probably seen her husband, Philip, on the telly. He's a well-known auctioneer, antique dealer, and a charming and very amusing character. But Bryony has jumped out of her Lotus 51 into this Elva and records a 36.32. What a treat to see an original Austin Healey Sprite Mark 1 with the classic frog eye bonnet. Lack of a bonnet, of a hood. Do I mean that? No, I don't. A boot. What we in England call a boot, you call a trunk in the States. Doesn't have an opening, so if you lose your spanners in there, you've got to sort of crawl in with a torch and try and find them. But here's Peter Neal in this lovely Mark 1 Austin Healey Sprite. Did a 44.54 on his first class run this morning. Now it's a 44.76, so he slowed down a little bit. Off goes the Sunbeam Alpine in the hands of Simon Firth Bernard. Very standard, lovely touring Sunbeam Alpine. Don't mention that it shares a chassis with the Hillman Husky van. We don't mention that. But it's a very pretty car, the Alpine. The fins got cut down a bit later on. I think it was very popular in the States. Thousands of them sold over to the States. Ideal street cruiser in California. Simon records a time of 45.92. 45.92. And we've missed off the start John White in the TF135. I was saying the last run of MGTFs were really built in China and then shipped over in knockdown form and assembled at Longbridge, and effectively they were just about the last cars made in Austin's Longbridge factory. And John White's time 45.49. Here's the Porsche 944 for Renison. I think 944 values are beginning to creep up again. They bottomed out. A friend of mine has got one, bought it for a couple of peanuts, but now they're getting more expensive because those that remain have been looked after and are in good condition, mostly. And Paul's gets him up the hill in 41.06. Lotus Elan, David Rose. Hardtop Lotus Elan with the classic Lotus chassis, backbone chassis. Colin Chapman was a real pioneer, and the Elite, the Lotus Elite that preceded the Elan, had a monocoque fiberglass body, but it was very complex to make, and Chapman had the idea of just having a backbone chassis and hanging the body on it, and that was the Elan. 38.54 for David. Jamie Stevens in the little saloon MGZR. There's a ZS, isn't there? ZS, which you could have with a 2.5 litre V6 engine, which would be even quicker than the ZR. But you can have a lot of fun both on the road and on the hills in a ZR. Jamie crosses the line at about 68 miles an hour, and he's followed by this Ford Focus ST with a 2.5 litre 5-cylinder engine in the hands of David Newberry. I think they were rather thirsty, but they're good fun and quick. Drink a lot of petrol, but maybe I'm being unkind to it. Certainly the later STs were fitted with a 4-cylinder engine. Nearly 40, just got it under 40 seconds, David, 39.99. And Maggie Richards follows in the Renault Clio with 182 horsepower. Difficult to believe these cars 22 years old and going strong. So Maggie having fun in her Clio, crosses the line, 44.36, and she's followed by this lovely Cayman Porsche of James Allen McFarlane. Down, I think it must be from Scotland, got the Scottish flag on the back. Such a pretty car, nice on the road, even nicer on the hills. They made a mistake, didn't they, Porsche, for a year or two, of putting a 4-cylinder engine in the back of the Cayman. And although it was effective and more economical, it made it didn't make such a nice sound as the 6, so they've gone back to the 6. Now then, this is Zoe Shearman, and I'm glad to report that her kissing the bank at top S, which we thought it might have done a bit of damage, looks as if the MR2 might be bruised, but it isn't battered. And Zoe is fine and having another go. That's good news. So Zoe Shearman, immaculate run up Shelsley to record a 45.30. Andrew Wilcox very, very quick in this Caterham Super 7, 42.81. This probably will be in the mid to low 30s. No, I might be wrong, we'll see. Out of top S at 28 seconds. .47 for Andrew Wilcox. Now, Fiat Abarth 695 SS. You don't see many of these every day because there aren't many. This is the Abarth modification of the classic twin-cylinder Fiat 500. Engine bored out to 695 cc. Engine latch always latched open for extra cooling, and they were very popular racing in Europe against the Minis. And this is David's first ever hill climb event. He hasn't had this Fiat for long, tweaked it a bit, makes a lovely growly sound from the 2 cylinders, and he's over the line at 49 miles an hour. Great stuff. He's followed by John Wadsworth in MX-5, the world's best-selling sports car. Inspired by the Lotus Elan, but Mazda made a great job of it. Fast, reliable, brilliant handling, and every new version of the Mazda MX-5 is better than the previous one. Although Some people swear by the absolute original. Time for John Wadsworth, 43.01. Porsche 924, the predecessor to the 944. Some people, some Porsche connoisseurs, rather sneery about the 924, accusing it of having an engine out of an Audi van. Well, maybe it did, but it was effective, handled beautifully, and certainly made money for Porsche, which is the name of the game. He's over the line, 43.63, followed by James Dockery in a much modified and very rapid Subaru Impreza with its flat 4 turbocharged engine and 4-wheel drive. So he was off the start line in 2.4 seconds, demonstrating the advantage of 4-wheel drive. Heads for the finish. It'll be under 40 seconds. It is. It's a 37.29. 37.29. A couple of seconds quicker than his previous run. Simon Dudfield, last car in this class, in his Elise. Elise with the carbon fiber roof on. So it looks like an Exige, but it doesn't have the air intake on the ceiling. And he records a 39.36. He'll be pleased to be well under 40 seconds. Jonathan Bibby in another Elise, early Elise S1, much modified, 1800cc, probably about 160 horsepower, maybe more. Elise is so light, featherweight, 700 or so kilos. Huge fun on the road and a huge success for Lotus, and the rumours are of a replacement for the Elise coming fairly soon. Time for Jonathan Bibby, 38.1, and our final runner in this batch is Ian Stallard in his Elan, again a hardtop Elan, much modified Lotus twin cam engine based on Ford Cortina block, and 34.49. That's a good time. 34.49. That's the end of that batch. So I shall say a fond farewell. So this is Chris Druitt signing off, and I'm handing over to the man who knows. He's Toby Moody.
Thank you, Chris Druitt. Oh, what a view we've got from the top of the hill, and what a view we've got from down here at Vaux Villa. We couldn't see the other side of the valley this morning for mist and swirling fog and heavy rain and everything that was sort of late autumnal, and all of a sudden it's now very warm, very muggy, very sticky, but fortunately very dry, which is exactly what we need for some very fast hill climbing. And we've got our runoff coming up in a bit, so we look forward to having that runoff and seeing who will potentially set the best time of day. The runoff that we had this morning saw Alex Summers quickest on a 25.90. That was just ahead of Trevor Willis's 26.69. So thick end of 3/4 of a second advantage to Summers this morning over the three-time British champion. But it was still a little bit damp, it was still a little bit slippery, and there's a lot more to come from these guys. Sean Gould did a 26.85. 26.85 to be third quickest this morning, from David Warburton, from 5th Andy Greenan, from 6th Alan Warburton, from 7th Mark Lawrence, from 8th Kelvin Broad, 9th was John Stockley. We didn't have one runner in the shape of Bernard Kevill, so yeah, we shall see how that one goes out. Sorry, Harry Pick was in there. Apologies, Harry Pick did a 28.77, so actually he was 7th. 28.77 for Pick, put him in 7th position. But the running order that we've got here for our final runoff here today at Shelsley, we'll see Bernard Kevill with the OMS, then Alan Warburton with the Goulds, then Adam Greenan with the Empire. Those three guys will come back down the hill because they're dual driven. There you have your runoff. Harry Pick will be then next up, then Simon Andrews, Andy Greenan. Tars will be warm on that Empire. Alex Summers with the DJ Firestorm, as I said, fastest in the runoff this morning, 25.9. Didn't sound too great when it left the line during those class runs that Chris was commentating on. Sounded a bit fluffy, and the speed over the line wasn't exactly earth-shattering for the kind of car and engine combination that it is. David Warburton will be third last to go, then Trevor Willis, but the quickest so far this afternoon, Sean Gould, with the 4-litre Gould GR59. He did a time of 23.85 to qualify, quickest, ahead of Trevor Willis's 24.52. Yeah, Alex Summers did a 26.33 in that class run, so that's not the kind of territory that he was looking to be in after a 25.9 that he did in a lesser condition of a racetrack because it was a little bit damp. Cars still returning down the bottom of the hill. MGs, Ford Focus ST, Renault Clio, Caterham 7, the Subaru Impreza, timeless design. The Porsche, looks like the Cayman, yes, the MR2, just rolling its way around triangle. Thank you again to our partners, our sponsors who have stood by us in 2020. Silverstone Auctions in conjunction with Classic Car Auctions. If you are a member of the Midland Automobile Club who run Shelsley Walsh, then you're able to consign your car to a Classic Car Auction for no charge at all. And it really is for the everyman classic market. Global Displays helping us out here at Shelsley, together with Buildings UK, specialist metallic structure buildings in this part of the world, and also Brand Engineering, very clever specialist engineering that those guys are doing as well. Okay, well, we've got another batch before the runoff, so we come to car number 128, Ollie Wright. Oliver Wright, usually driving the Peugeot 106 GTI, but actually he's guesting in this Westfield 1600 here this weekend. 2.56 for the first 64 feet. Leans on that suspension and on that outside right tyre through crossing. Goes through the S approach at 74. Big oversteer, has to gather it all together. Big understeer, then oversteer through top S. Won't go any quicker, will it? But he's going to get to the top of the hill and to the top of Shelsley Walsh in 34.70, 34.70. Peter Bottrill with the Lotus in land, now on his way. He knows which way is the right way up Shelsley Walsh. 78 miles an hour on S approach for him. All nice, neat and tidy through the S's. Glimpse of sunshine in the middle there through the canopy of the trees. Now back out into that very warm sunshine that we've got here at Shelsley this afternoon. Over the line, 36.03. 36.03. Next off, John Palmer with the Lotus Elise, car number 165. Palmer, 1800cc engine. These cars doing their final run here this afternoon before our top 10 runoff that we'll have here in a few moments' time. So don't go far away. We're probably 15-20 minutes away from our final runoff and potentially the quickest running of anything that we've seen so far here today at Shelsley Walsh. Palmer goes towards the top of the hill, stops the clocks at 37.74. Bryony Milner on her way. Not a good start. Maybe broke the beam just slightly, rolled a little bit forwards and started the time, but she's on her way and through the speed trap at 67 miles an hour. Cautious through the S's. But Jeff Stallard following. He'll be a good one to keep an eye out for. Great battle going on between the two drivers with this baby blue 1965 registered Lotus Elan. The D-Reg drops the clutch, the back goes down. Two huge, great big black lines are left on the start line area here at Shelsley. First 64 feet in 2.36 seconds. Nice tidy hugging line through the crossing left-hander. And through the top left-hander at the S approach at 74 miles an hour. The view down on the valley, the spectators can see and we can see. Oh, he's going to spin it. He nearly thinks about it. A mid-corner, but actually gets away with it. Heart in the mouth stuff for Stallard. He crosses the line, 36.9. 36.9 as the Fiat Abarth makes its way up the hill. Una bella macchina. Oggi io Shelsley Walsh corsa salita per uno Fiat 500. Mamma mia, molto veloci. Una macchina bellissimo per Lee Carter. 44 miles an hour. What's that in kilometers? 65 chilometri un'ora. La finale pista è finito il time per 556.09. There you go. I never thought that I would commentate a run up Shelsley Walsh in Italian, no matter how bad it would be. But it was all there in sentiment. Brian Meddings leaves the line with the Lotus 35 as David Giddon is on his way up the hill with the Lotus 23. He does a 34.28. Brian Meddings, 2.26 for the first 64 feet. Now into his stride and through the speed trap at 82 miles an hour. 82 into the S's. Over the drain just a little bit. And now got that perfect view towards the finish line for Brian Meddings. He will cross the line in 34.72. 34.72. If you're watching this and you're thinking, I'd really like to drive at Shelsley Walsh, you can drive here at Shelsley Walsh in just a fortnight's time. We have our bank holiday weekend meeting, the 29th and the 30th of August, and entries are still open. Go to shelsleywalsh.com, go to the competition drop-down, and in there you have the opportunity to enter online. Entries are still open for all of the 3 remaining weekends here at Shelsley Walsh in 2020. June Matty about to leave the line with the recent engine rebuild mounted in the back of her Lotus 69, the 1600, so she's not allowed to rev it more than the 6,000 revs that the boss has told her, the boss being husband Paul. Underneath the commentary box that has that sponsorship from Paul Matty Sports Cars. And into the bottom S. Nice line through the left-hander. Middle of the road entry. Nice line on the exit of top S for June. As she goes towards the top of the hill, Paul Matty is chasing her up. June does a 36 seconds exactly. Paul Matty with his Lotus 35. Is it a little bit quicker? Well, it will, because he can rev it just that little bit more. June running her engine in after an engine problem only 7 days ago here at Shelsley. Paul Matty gets on the power, builds the speed. Quick time that we saw earlier was Tony Wallen, needed a 31.4. Paul Matty 34.4. Now Sarah Thorne didn't make a good start last time, but she does this time. 2.08 seconds. That's top 12 runoff kind of starting first 64 feet pace. Building the speed with her Lotus 20, 88 miles an hour on S approach. She really is meaning business. Already through the S's. Goes up a gear, maybe another gear before the finish line. Time for Thorne, 32.73, 96 miles an hour over the line. She'll be happy with that. But Malcolm Thorne has got that time to chase, hasn't he? 2.2 for him in the first 64 feet, 7.6 at Kennel. 13.1 at crossing S approach, 82 compares with Sarah's 88. So the race is on in the top half of Shelsley for these two. The Thorns, who will be the thorn in the other side? That is the scenario. Malcolm Thorne is going to get to the top of the hill, and he does that 33.77, 33.77. So Sarah wins that little battle today at least. Tony Shute, he is already up through the top left-hander at a speed of 95. Equal quickest with Tony Wallen's top left-hander speed. And it was also very close between these two on their first class run. He crosses the line, does Tony Shoots 31.27. He'll need a parachute to slow down from 95 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. So that's all tip-top. And that completes the batch. So we will bring those cars back down and we'll have our final runs here at Shelsley today. For August Shelsley, our top 10 runoff. And that will include Bernard Kevill, Alan Warburton, Adam Greenan to kick us off. Those will be our first three runners. Then we will have Harry Pick, Simon Andrews, Andy Greenan, Alex Summers, David Warburton, Trevor Willis and Sean Gould. So just imagine your trackside here at Shelsley. Look at the graphics top left of your screen and write them down on your piece of paper, and then you can keep fully across who is quickest at any given point. So we'll see Kevill from Warburton, Greenan first. Those three guys will come back down the hill. Then we've got Pick, Simon Andrews, Andy Greenan, Summers. Hope the car's all right. It sounded a bit off song during that last class run. David Warburton, Trevor Willis and Sean Gould. Sean Gould quickest today at the moment on a 23.85. 3 weeks ago he did a 23.61 here at Shelsley, which really did throw the gauntlet down for the rest of the season. So he's the fastest man up Shelsley at the moment at 23.61 in 2020. The track wasn't in as good a condition 3 weeks ago, but it maybe wasn't so slightly damp under the S's, shall I say? I look across the valley over towards Martley direction, over towards Worcester, and yeah, kind of southeast from here, it's a little bit murky, so I think by the end of the day it may be raining, but as long as it doesn't rain in the next 10-15 minutes, then we should be safe and sound come the end of today's quick action. Do go and subscribe to our newsletter at shelsleywalsh.com. Go to the news page, and at the very top there is a box you can fill in to put your email address in, and you'll be on our emailing list, and you can keep in touch with everything that is going on here at Shelsley, or even better, become a member of the Midland Automobile Club. We know it's been a difficult year, and we know that it has been a couple of weekends without spectators, but fingers crossed we'll have some spectators back soon. But if you're an MAC member, you're allowed to come in here this weekend for our setup day and practice day yesterday with some competition runs in, and also today the majority of competition runs that we've had here in the Team Valley. So added members benefit gives you free access to our breakfast club, our cars and coffee evenings, the first of which we had here 3 weeks ago, and it was a sellout in no time at all. But moreover, it's just being part of assisting Shelsley Walsh and helping us run the venue. It's an ongoing process, and it takes quite a bit of money to run the fabric of the hill repairs, tarmac, buildings, clerical work, insurance. We've restored the wooden barn last year. We're looking to restore in the future the granary, which is just by the triangle. So we've restored the courtyard that you've seen over the last 10-15 years. Once we had raised the money from friends of Shelsley Walsh to have the lease for 99 years. And we did that some 10-15 years ago to secure the future for, well, all of our lifetime. And more importantly, for others to then continue to enjoy. We're 115 years old as of this week just gone, just 4 days ago, 12th of August 1905. The very first car left the start line here at Shelsley in 1905, and it failed. The hill was too steep. The next car went up the hill, and it did get to the top, but then the third car attacking the hill also failed due to the severity of the climb. But the winning time that day was 77.6 seconds, and now the record is 22.58, held by Martin Groves. Martin Groves, multiple British hill climb champion, set the record back in August 2008, and the longest record holder to hold the record at Shelsley in peacetime. Groves was always quick at the bottom of the hill. He just had an advantage of a tenth and a bit, and he just held that advantage all the way up the hill, and because he was going 1 mile an hour faster out of kennel, he just managed to put on another 2 or 3 miles an hour by the time he got to the bottom S. Groves really did make the car dance, you know, just like Andy Prio did. Completely different kind of car. Groves with the Gould, the carbon fibre and the stiff chassis, and Andy Prio in 1995 with the all-aluminium Pilbeam MP58. Okay, it's run-off time here at Shelsley. Wherever you're watching around the world, then do keep an eye out for what you're about to see. First car coming to the line is Bernard Kevill, qualified with a 27.49. 27.49. The OMS, it's a V8 2.6 litre engine mounted in the back of this car. And together with Simon Andrews, they've got hold of this car over the last couple of years. They moved up from the 1100cc class, and they've really got this thing by the scruff of the neck. Launch control, traction control when it leaves the line. Sitting on the line, waiting for the green light. I hope it doesn't rain, because all of a sudden it's got a bit darker down here at Shelsley Walsh. What's going on? Is he lined up? He's all lined up. Yep, 7, 8, 8. Bernard Kevill on the line. And he leaves it now. It coughs and it splutters. And now the launch control is released. And the V8 howl and whir gets well into its stride. He does a start of 2.23 seconds. Nicely through crossing. Builds the speed at 109 miles an hour on S approach. Middle of the road on the way into the bottom S. Jab of power in between the two corners. Uses all of the road on the exit of the right-hander at top S, and he crosses the line, 27.68, 116 miles an hour. 27.68, 116 miles an hour. So that's the gauntlet that's been laid down in this runoff at the moment, as Alan Warburton comes to the line in the much smaller engined but A little bit lighter Gould GR59. 1600cc motorcycle engine mounted in the back of this, bought out to fulfill those 1600cc's, 1600cc class. Shares the car with David, who won here in our late July meeting, and won here just 7 days ago. Warburton quicker already at Kennel, building the speed. Look at him really tramp on. Goes through the trap at 113 miles an hour. Through the S's, one way, then the other, already out of sight. The camera shot changes. Warburton will be looking for a very early 27, and he does just that. 27.16 for Alan Warburton. He goes quickest. He was 4 miles an hour off the top speed of Kevil over the finish line. But a little bit more agility through the corners is where he found his advantage. Now, Adam Greenan, he comes to the line with the Empire Evo. It's a smaller capacity again, just 1000cc. This will be Harry Flatters all the way from the start line, all the way to the bottom S. He's out of my sight. We pick him up with the camera. 2.07 for the first 64 feet, goes through the S approach at a speed of 107 miles an hour. Through the S's, jabbing at the power, waving away at the throttle with the right foot. Time to beat is a 27.16, and it's a 28.13. 28.13. Third for him at the moment, but hey, quite a difference in engine capacity between Kevil, Warburton and Greenan, with a V8, a 1600 and then a 1000cc engined car. Those three will come back down the hill, and they need to come down quite quickly because there's a storm just east of Martley. So if you've got an umbrella, you might want to get it. And for those in the dual drive paddock and those in race control, we might just have to hurry this up a little. Let's get those cars down and see if we can have a clean runoff. And it may rain after the very last car. Quickest time today, I repeat, 23.85 set by Sean Gould. Did that in the class runs about an hour ago. So that's the marker that has been laid down today. Not the quickest time at Shelsley so far in 2020. That was Gould's time from late July. 23.61 ahead of Trevor Willis's 24.27 and Alex Summers in the smaller white DJ that Debbie Dunbar has been driving today when he did an incredible 25.17. Cars coming back down the hill. They're already coming through the bottom S. They're coming down S approach, and they'll soon be in that dual drive paddock. So Harry Pick, your time is coming soon to come forward to the line, get those front tyres exposed from their wraps, and then on their way. Kevil comes through triangle, Warburton comes through triangle, and it's going to be Greenan who comes through triangle as well in the shape of Adam. So that's it. Okay, they're already down to the bottom of the hill. We need the flags in, and we'll be rock and roll. Flags in. Are we going to put the flags in? Because we don't want it to rain. Okay. In your own time, we'll get the flags in. So there we go. Let's rock and roll with Harry Pick. He comes to the line. Tyre warming underway for Harry Pick. The OMS 1 litre 1100cc car lines up. Time to beat at the moment is that 27.16, but that's not really comparing apples with apples, because Alan Warburton with a 1600cc car, yeah, got a bit more power, needless to say, on the straights. Greenan in the same class as Harry Pick has just done a 28.13, but Pick did a 27.49 earlier to qualify for this runoff. 2.25 for the first 64 feet. already coming up to crossing, rocketing past our camera through there and going through the top left-hander at a speed of 107 miles an hour. Now that's even Stevens with Adam Greenan's pace. He's just 2/10 down on the entry to the S's, so it'll be close with Greenan's time. Time for Harry Pick though, stops the clocks, 27.32, good run, goes second, 27.32, quicker than his qualifying time. Super run by Harry Pick, well done sir. So Pick currently is there in that second place behind Alan Warburton. Super run. Warburton from Pick, from Kevill, from Greenan, that is Adam, at the moment. Now Simon Andrews is next up. They've had a driver change since Bernard Kevill came back down to the bottom of the hill with the white OMS V8. They're in that dual drive paddock, and Simon, I think, is in the car in a couple of moments' time. They might have put a drop of fuel in it. They're just strapping him in. Maybe they've changed his seat. Bernard Kevill, I can see, is assisting his partner in crime here on the hills. Yep, we are about there. And we'll be in business in a moment. I can see David Warburton getting into the car, getting all sorted. Hello, David. We can see you from here. David qualified third quickest for this runoff with a spectacular 26.20. And as always with hill climbers, you'll be looking to improve upon the time you've done before, or even better, do a personal best. Okay, car barks into life, sounds like the burble of a V8, indeed it is, in the back of Simon Andrews' OMS. He appears out of that dual drive paddock, gives it one jab, two jabs of tyre warming to the rear tyres. It just gives you that feel for where the grip is of the tyres. The newer tyres obviously have that much more bite and go in them. No tyre warmers allowed in British speed hill climbing, and that's the right thing. It's been that way since the mid-80s. But the Avon or Pirelli rubber that's underneath these guys can warm up so quickly. The bites that the fronts have by the time they get to kennel really is quite something. Simon leaves the line, and he leaves it in 2.12 seconds. Already shooting out of kennel, up towards crossing. Committing, nice early turn in, tight to the left-hand side, and he goes through the speed trap at 112 miles an hour. That is 3 miles an hour quicker than his co-driver, Bernard Kevill. Gives it a big boot out of top S, crosses the line, does a time of 27.88 to go fourth out of the 5 runners that we've had so far here in this final runoff. So 5 runners remaining. The 5 have gone already. Warburton is still quickest on a 27.16. Here is Andy Greenan. Watch this for commitment and spectacular hill climbing, ladies and gentlemen. Harry flatters all the way, striking sparks already as he exits the kennel bend off the front wings. And he's up at crossing. Compared with the quickest split there, 107 miles an hour on S approach. He's quicker to the S's. It's green for him on the split. Time to beat Warburton's 27.16. Here we go. 26.97. 26.97. So he goes top of the pile. Andy Greenan, top of the pile with now 4 runners remaining. And this is Alex Summers. Alex Summers, winner of the first runoff here this morning, but it was in slightly damp conditions. The DJ Firestorm with the 2.65X IndyCar engine mounted in the back of it. It's the Indy 500 going on at the moment, and my goodness me, it's like the Indy 500 is here at Shelsley Walsh. Look at the commitment from Summers. He's 0.6 of a second up at crossing. 130 miles an hour on S approach, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to smash the leading time of Green by the time he gets to the top of the hill. Here we go. What's the time? 24.42 seconds. quick time from Alex Summers. He goes top of the pile ahead of Greenan. 24.42 for Alex Summers. 131 miles an hour over the line. It's fast and it's furious here at Shelsley Walsh. David Warburton now next up. 3 to go, ladies and gentlemen, in this special top 10 runoff at Shelsley. Warburton qualified in a 26.2. He can do a 24. He did a 24 here 12 months ago, but the conditions were a bit more favourable with the racetrack and the tyres and everything. 2.01 seconds for the first 64 feet. That's the fastest start that we've had in this runoff. Look at the speed as he goes through crossing. I can even see it through the television screen, let alone if I was sitting in crossing commentary position. Nimble, quick, agile through the S's. 8.05, still not the grip there, but here comes the time. 25.81. He goes second to Alex Summers. Well, the little 1600cc motorcycle engine car comparing against the V8 2.65 of Summers. Not quite comparing apples with apples, but it's Summers from Warburton at the moment. 3-time British hill climb champion Trevor Willis sits on the line with his OMS. He had some suspension tweaks yesterday, transformed the car at the front end. This will be commitment for Trevor Willis through the S's. He hasn't got the outright top-end speed of a Summers or a Gould, but commitment is, as always, there. That's why he's a 3-time British champion. Already out of kennel he goes, and he's up. He's up on the split out of kennel, and he's up on the split by 0.07 of a second at crossing. 130 miles an hour through S approach. That's just 1 mile an hour off the speed of Alex Summers that we saw. Bit of a wiggle on the exit. Time to beat 24.42. And he's done a 24.42. You couldn't write a story, could you, like that? They are level pegging at the top of the pile, 24.42 seconds, exactly at the top of the hill between Trevor Willis and Alex Summers. You couldn't make it up. So it comes down to the last run of the meeting, and the gauntlet is thrown down to Sean Gould with the Gould GR59, the 4-litre Judd engine, ex-LMP1, ex-WEC engine. Has it started to rain? Are there some spots falling here in the paddock? It's tight and it's close, but it's the last run. 400 kilos or so is this car, 700 horsepower. This is going to be a run. 1.96 for the first 64 feet. Not quite as quick as Trevor Willis, but the race is on. He's up at the split. He's up by a 10th out of kennel and through crossing. Only 116 miles an hour on S approach, but he's still up on the split. Time to beat for Sean Gould as he rockets up the finish straight. Is a 24.4. What can he do? It's a 24.18. Sean Gould wins the runoff. 24.18 seconds. He did 146 miles an hour as he crossed the line. Equal second here today. Alex Summers and Trevor Willis level pegging for the local men here from Worcestershire on 24.42, and David Warburton then there in 4th position on a 25.81. Just 0.24 of a second splitting Gould with Summers. And of course, even Stevens between Summers and Willis. 3 different manufacturers of speed hill climb cars in the first 3 places in the shape of Gould, the DJ Firestorm and the OMS. And how good is it that all 3 constructors are here today to see their cars get onto the 1st, 2nd and 3rd places on the podium. Warburton with the smaller engine Gould is 4th from the Empire of Greenan. Alan Warburton there in 6th position, Harry Pick with the OMS, Bernard Kevell with the OMS, Simon Andrew with the OMS, and Adam Greenan with the Empire. What a way to finish the day. Takes my breath away, doesn't it? I could hear the cheers from down in the paddock, and I think we just about got away without the rain. It was very close indeed. That's a great runoff, and that's a great way to complete our afternoon and our weekend of speed hill climbing here from Shelsley Walsh. Keep in touch with our website, shelsleywalsh.com. Keep in touch with our Facebook, our Twitter, our Instagram pages, and we look forward to seeing you again here at Shelsley very soon. Do keep in touch with our YouTube page here. Do subscribe and click the little bell. And every time that we upload a video, you will receive a notification that we have just uploaded a new video, whether or not it's historic or current or new or old or retro or modern cars or road-going cars, whatever it may be. Then do subscribe to our YouTube page that you've been watching here today, and you won't miss anything that we put up. Thank you for Rich Danby, for Al Rayner and all of the crew down there at the base of the hill, for all of the race control crew, and for you, the MAC members, and to you, the competitors here who've made the meeting here this weekend. We've got our next meeting in a fortnight's time, August the 29th, August the 30th. Entries are still open. We have a tin top 10 on the Saturday, and we have a plethora of other top 10s between now and the end of the year for MAC members, MAC Sunrise Sprint competitors. We have a priority for new drivers coming to Shelsley Walsh as well. So do go and enter. The entries are still open, and we'd love to see you drive here in whatever car you've got. Doesn't matter what class it is, we'll fit you in, and it'll be great to see you driving here. Thank you to Chris Druitt. Thank you to John Moody. But in the meantime, let's congratulate Sean Gould on that run that we've just seen, 24.18, and also best time of day with a 23.85 that he did in the second class runoff. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you here at Shelsley again soon, whether or not it's trackside or through the internet, but wherever you are around the world, thank you for joining us. Take care, and from the Team Valley in Worcestershire, goodbye.
You've never seen anything like it. Back into the road, coming out of Caterham, round the top of the Paddock, what's the car side?
Absolutely wonderful, and Junie's lost none of his style. Let's approach 124.
And as I said a moment ago, we're back in business here at Chelsea.